Very good. We're going to start then. The December 2nd, 2009 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. As I stated before when we started our redevelopment agency meeting, this council chamber is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. So should alarms activate, please leave through the exits. Our marshals will be outside to tell you when it's safe to re-enter. We do this as a cautionary admonition. We have no reason to suspect that we'll ever have to put that into operation. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Father David Reason, Chaplain, Nellis Air Force Base, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Mr. Mayor, council members, first, from your office, Lean had called me a few weeks ago, called the chaplain, asked if a chaplain might be available for an invocation today. And I let her know I was all ready to go with a 45-minute prayer, in which she asked for a different chaplain. But actually, I'll tell you, like Jennifer Lopez told her first and second husbands, I won't be keeping you long. The psalmist says, I lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. We pray, Lord, you are more eager to help us than we are ready to ask for your help. May we never get to the point where we feel that we can make all of our own decisions in life, but give us a deeper awareness of the need for your help in all that we do. We need your guidance, strength, forgiveness, and grace. Teach us to open our hearts to your presence and to receive your help so that we might make this world a better place, bringing about justice and peace. We ask this of you, our God, whatever name we might give you. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very cool chapter.
What did you say? What was it? Okay.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and the first item is Councilman Barlow's recognition of the December Citizen of the Month. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Today I have the distinct honor of recognizing someone who I consider a really good friend. Growing up, thank you. You can just hold that. Thank you. Growing up in a community that was filled with a lot of love, I had no idea that years later I would have an opportunity to interact with this young lady again. I've attended school with her children, and she has always been an upstanding presence somewhere in my life over the years. I'm here today to recognize the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month, Miss Delray Rhodes. Come forward, Miss Rhodes. She is truly a phenomenal woman. She is a phenomenal resident, ladies and gentlemen, that I've had the privilege to be acquainted with for over a decade now. Ms. Rhodes has a strong root in the community and has been a citizen of Las Vegas for over 4 decades. She is the mother of 7 children, grandmother to 26 children, and a great-grandmother to 1. Is that accurate? 2 now. All right. Congratulations, a new one. Ms. Rhodes' philosophy is family and children first. She is a true advocate for education, and her 7 children all attended college and are business owners and or have prosperous careers. She has made it her mission to dedicate her time and resources toward the education of the children in our community. Mrs. Rhodes is well known and respected in Las Vegas and has been called upon many times by teachers, parents, and strangers alike to fight many of the causes in the Clark County school system. I recently received a phone call from Mrs. Rhodes last month as she wanted to donate a computer to a family in Ward 5. This idea was not compulsive, in my opinion. She learned that there were required homework assignments that had to be typed. She was concerned and decided to get involved. She purchased a computer so that a student will have an opportunity to do their homework from the comfort of their home rather than going to a public location. Mrs. Rhodes also volunteers her services to my staff and I during the Ward 5 Back to School Fair. In addition to handing out backpacks, she also purchased and donated school supplies to the fair. She has worked on the UNLV Chancellor Roundtable, the NAACP Executive Board, member of the Wake Up Group for Equal Rights, National Conference for Educating Black Children. Mrs. Rhodes learned at an early age to give back to the community because she was taught by her mother that we all are a community. We all must make contributions and plant seeds in order that we may grow. It is my pleasure to give the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month Award to a woman who is committed to continuously building the village that is needed to properly educate our children. Ms. Delray Rhodes, congratulations. And before I give the microphone to Ms. Rhodes, I would like for her family to please stand and be recognized. And thank you all for being here today. And I see Charles. I see you out there, buddy. All right. Thank you all for being here to support your mother, your grandmother, your loved one, and I consider her family as well, having grown up around the corner from our home. And Mrs. Rhodes, your family sent in a letter also, and I would just like to read it. And it states, "There are no words to express this extraordinary woman, Delray Rhodes, in the eyes and heart of her family. She's a woman of God, family-oriented, and the backbone that holds this family together. A woman of strength, wisdom, honor, courage, loved, dependable, outspoken, patience, law-abiding," which I'm glad to hear, "peaceful, priceless activist, advisor, authority figure, and a woman of diligence, perseverance, authentic, creative, brings laughter, and mother to all who knows no strangers, where you can find peace, safety, and serenity." And this is from your family with love. Let's give her a round of applause. And Mayor and Council, it has been brought to my knowledge that as of today, this is how giving and committed this woman is. As of today, on her way here to City Council meeting today, a woman fell out in front of her. And she picked the woman up, put her in her vehicle, and took her to the hospital on her way to receive this award today. So thank you so very much for your giving spirit, Ms. Rhodes.
I want to thank everybody, the citizens of Las Vegas, Councilman Barlow, the City Council, and the happiest mayor. And I want to thank my family, God, and it's just such an honor. It's just such an honor. This is my oldest child. It's that you would recognize me and feel me worthy of this award, and I hope I, live up to this award.
Oh, you do. You already have. And Ms. Rhodes, to your right, we have a sign here that will be placed on 4th Street for the entire month of December, recognizing you as the Citizen of the Month in the City of Las Vegas. Congratulations. All right.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Oh, you're going to take a group photo, right? Okay, good. Go ahead.
Good? Okay, great. Thank you. That's great. For our next item, we're going to recognize the city's Team of the Quarter. The Team Quarterly Recognition Program honors a group of city employees that exemplify the city's vision, mission, values, and priorities through exceptional teamwork and outstanding performance. I'm pleased to announce that the Team of the Quarter is the group that is responsible for the 3 historic neon signs that were recently placed on Las Vegas Boulevard. These beautifully refurbished signs sit in the median between Bonanza Road and Washington Avenue, and I'd like to invite the team members from Planning and Development, Public Works, Finance and Business Services, Field Operations, and Cultural Affairs to join us at the podium. We have Giorgio Kajafis, Gary Barr, Jeremy Levitt, Ben Paget, Rusty Coleman, Marlene Siska, Diane Collins, Christy Strong, Jian Jiang, Esther Boyder, and Nancy Diener. These 3 signs are now up and are lit, and they're the old Bow and Arrow Motel sign, the Silver Slipper, and Binion's Horseshoe. They look great, and they really add to the city's cultural corridor. We'll be placing 17 more of these classic signs between Sahara Avenue and Washington Avenue to not only showcase some of the city's history, but to act as neon breadcrumbs from the Strip to the heart of downtown Las Vegas. The signs also highlight another accomplishment, and that is the designation of Las Vegas Boulevard from Sahara to Washington as a national scenic byway. This team of talented people before you managed to accomplish getting these signs up while bringing the project in at more than $640,000 under what had been budgeted. So on behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to congratulate you all on being named the Team of the Quarter, and I'd like to ask Giorgio, where are you? Right there, to say a few words about the project. Giorgio.
Thank you. This was a great project to work on. It couldn't have happened without the collaborative effort of all the departments that were involved, as well as the nonprofit Neon Museum. It's a good collaboration in the sense that we brought it in under budget. It's an asset to the community, and we're able to preserve one of the community's historic assets, and that's the historic neon signs. With that, thank you for this honor.
Good. Congratulations. Great. Congratulations, everybody. Great job. Good job, everybody.
Next Monday.
Great job. Let's do you too.
Thanks.
For our next item, the Mayor Pro Tem, Gary Reese, is going to recognize the work of one of our local teachers. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We see all these Santa Claus hats over here. They're here for a reason this morning. We are going to honor their Sean Anthony Williams. If you could come forward, please. Sean. I'd also like to recognize the principal of the Academy, Andre Long. Would he stand up, please? Back there in the back. Andre, thank you. And we have school board member Linda Young here. Would she please stand up? Linda, thank you for being here. We're honored today to recognize Sean Anthony Williams for his dedication and commitment to the students of Las Vegas Academy of International Studies, Performing and Visual Arts. And, Mr. Williams has been teaching at the Las Vegas Academy since 2005, and having a 5-year run of first-place ratings earned by his choir competitions. And I got to state, I was asked to leave the choir when I was in the 4th grade. And I was singing in church one morning, and my mother pulled me. She says, "They can hear you, son." So I appreciate the talent, okay? I really do. He was the first choir teacher from the Academy to be inducted into the Directors Club, and Mr. Williams is well loved and respected by his students. He has a unique ability to develop the talents of his students very early in their career and carefully blend their voices and test their abilities. The results are award-winning performances that are unique, technically challenging, and beautiful. Mr. Williams also displays great leadership and community pride by donating generously to various organizations. He facilitated donation of used choir attire to a school that was devastated by Hurricane Katrina. He collects toys and provides seasonal parties for the Shade Tree Women and Children's Shelter, and he provided a choir for caroling to the children in intensive care at the Summerlin Hospital just to name a few. And at this time, I'd like to have Mr. Williams allow us to hear his students sing. Mr. Williams?
Thank you so much for the honor, but as a director, you're only as good as your ensemble. So these kids represent a very small portion of the well over 200 members of the choir department at the Las Vegas Academy, and I share this award with them and all of the students that I've taught since 2005, because as a director, you're no good unless you have wonderful students to work with. And thank you all for, a great day every day.
I love Christmas. This is a true beginning of our holiday season. I just hope that we can all continue with the spirit. Mr. Williams, we the mayor and the members of the city council are really glad today to be able to take great pride in proclaiming December the 2nd, 2009 as John Anthony Williams Day in the city of Las Vegas, and urge all citizens to join with us at this as we honor this great teacher and fine citizen.
We also came with a gift for the Mayor Pro Temp. We have inside that bag you have a shirt like the ones the young ladies are wearing, and it makes you an honorary member of Cantare, our ensemble. But, honorary. Honorary.
I can sing Jingle Bells.
You're a singer in your heart.
That's great. Thank
you very, very much for coming down, you guys. Appreciate you singing out front for us, too.
That's great. And for our final item, Councilman Wolfson is going to recognize a Las Vegan who went above and beyond in providing assistance to somebody in need. Councilman has a hoarse voice, so this is not Jen. This is...
You stole my thunder.
Oh. It's tea and honey, so don't get excited, folks. And Stan, don't get excited.
He's always such a tough act to follow. Good morning, Las Vegas.
Good morning.
As many of you know, I already have a deep voice, but it's even a little deeper today. But I want to do something special today. So the mayor kind of stole my thunder. This is not a martini. This is tea and honey, but it's going to allow me to do a very special thing this morning. We actually have two heroes in the audience. Mrs. Rhodes, you're one, and what you did this morning was a heroic act, and the city of Las Vegas and your community thanks you. But we have another hero. Go ahead. We have another hero, and I want to tell you a little story. Webster's dictionary defines hero as a man admired for his achievements and noble qualities, one that shows great courage. Today, we have a hero with us. He is a resident of the city of Las Vegas, and I'm very proud to say a resident of Ward 2, and he recently displayed an act of heroism that I'd like to share with you. Imagine you're on an airplane, a big jet airplane returning home from a vacation, and you hear the pilot ask if there are any doctors on the plane. Your curiosity is piqued, but you likely won't respond if you're not a doctor. You hear commotion in the back of the plane, and knowing that you have some medical experience, although you're not a doctor, you head back to the back of the plane to see if you can assist. This simple act of kindness has put you in a position to make some very tough decisions. That is exactly what happened on October 19th on Northwest Airlines flight number 49, bound for Detroit from Rome. Somewhere over Ireland, just before the plane was about to head out over the ocean, a passenger began to experience a medical emergency. She was lying down, unconscious and shaking. Today's honoree, Shane Emmerich, was there to assist. He took her vital signs using basic equipment provided by the crew, administered oxygen, and communicated by telephone with doctors at the Pittsburgh Medical Center in order to stabilize the passenger. Here's where it gets tough. He was then informed by the pilots that he had 15 minutes to make a very big decision. Now, mind you, there were 2 other doctors on this flight, but they didn't step up to the plate. They didn't feel qualified to render aid to this passenger, so Shane Emmerich took over. After talking with the doctors from Pittsburgh, he was told by the pilots that he had 15 minutes to make a decision. Do we turn the plane around and head back to an airport because this lady needs medical aid, or do we continue on to our destination? Now, mind you, if we keep in mind that the destination is thousands of miles away and they would be flying over an ocean for many hours with no option to land quickly. Talk about a high-pressure decision. On the one hand, someone's life may be at risk. On the other hand, you have hundreds of people on a schedule that have to make their connecting flights to their destinations. If rerouted, they may be delayed hours or days. Of course, the priority was to get the best care for the sick passenger, but that had to be tempered with the actual severity of her condition. Do we turn around and go back and inconvenience hundreds of people, or do we make the decision to continue flying over the ocean? Shane made the decision to tell the pilots to keep flying, and it was the right call. After stabilizing the passenger and consulting with the doctors and the flight crew, he made the decision to continue on to the destination. The passenger's condition improved throughout the flight, and by the time they reached Detroit, she was able to leave the plane under her own power. Making tough decisions and rendering aid is nothing new to Shane Emmerich. His life has always been devoted to some type of public service. He was a chief warrant officer in the Army, and I think we have a couple of pictures maybe, not to embarrass Shane too much. And after being a chief warrant officer in the Army, he piloted medevac helicopters. He was then an emergency medical technician with the San Bernardino County Fire Department in Hesperia, California. And now he is a chief deputy public defender, where his life's work is defending indigent people who have been accused of a crime and are entitled to representation in court. I'm sure most of you have heard the phrase, lead, follow, or get out of the way. I'm going to introduce you to a man who chooses to lead by example and has made a career of serving the public in many different ways. Shane, would you please join me at the podium? Here's our second hero in the audience, Shane Emmerich. Shane, before I give the microphone over to you, I'd like to recognize Phil Cohn, Shane's employer he is the Clark County Public Defender. Shane's wife, Laura Rayfeld. Come on. And I'm sure Shane thanks some of his friends who have attended here today. Shane, you are a hero. What you did was a heroic act, and I'm proud to recognize you by giving you this recognition from the City of Las Vegas. And I'd like you to say a few words, please.
Mayor, City Council, especially my councilman, Steve Wolfson. To my boss, Phil Cohen, the public defender, my wife, Laura, my friends, fellow Las Vegans. I'm not really comfortable with this. The real heroes on that plane, the flight crew of Flight 49, very responsive, very professional. They got the oxygen for me. The pilots contacted a medical center, and they were the real heroes. And there's a family in Nashville that they have a lot of good things to say about Las Vegas, and I'm happy for that. There was a funny thing, though. When she was recovering after this incident, one of the doctors, a coroner, said, "What's your specialty?" And I said, I was tempted to say I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express, and I really don't know what I'm doing. But I said something similar. I'm a public defender. But I used to be in the medical profession. So, I love living in Las Vegas. I love working in the public defender's office. We have a chance to help people every day, and I'm thankful for that. And I thank you for this recognition.
Don't go away. Thank you, Las Vegas, for recognizing Shane's efforts. But we have one more thing. Chief Gammon. He is our City of Las Vegas fire chief who has a couple of comments and maybe something in his hand for Shane.
Congratulations, Shane, on this well-deserved recognition. Now for some cool stuff. That was just paper there. Today we're making you an honorary member of the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. I have a nice coffee cup. I have our medallion and probably the most famous card patch that any fire department wears in the country. So congratulations on this award, or this recognition. You can ride with our crews anytime.
Can you take one?
Congratulations. Good seeing you. Thank you. Is that it? Okay. That's it.
How are you? How are you? Great. How are you? Good. 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 All right. Nice to meet you. How are you?
All right, good morning once again. We'll call item number 9. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 39 is New Tavern Limited License, Las Palmas Entertainment, Inc., doing business at Oswald Tequila Nightclub, 115 North 7th Street. This is Francisco Lara. The applicant's wishes to be held in abeyance until our March 3rd, 2010 meeting. And bill number 2009-45, staff asks that to be held in abeyance until our December 16, 2009 meeting. Are there any other items at this time we need to bring forward, council members? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these two items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post.
I can do it. Okay.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 10 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of November 4, 2009. May I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 11 through 36, let's see, are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward? All right, hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Make a motion to approve items 11 through 36 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 37 is discussion and possible action regarding a memorandum of understanding between the Culinary Workers Union, the City of Las Vegas, and the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency regarding labor matters within the City of Las Vegas and the City of Las Vegas redevelopment area. This item is related to the redevelopment agency item which we heard this morning, item number 4, and this pertains to all wards. Ms. Fretwell, do you have anything to add?
No, Mayor, I don't. In fact, I think we can incorporate all the comments by reference from this morning's meeting.
All right, those are incorporated by reference then, and I believe that Councilman Ross has a disclosure.
I do, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Because this has a remote nexus to the development of the new City Hall, as Secretary-Treasurer of the Southern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council, we are currently in negotiations with Forest City to secure union jobs for union members on this project. And in an abundance of caution, I'm advised by the City Attorney's Office to disclose and abstain from voting on all matters that have any kind of nexus to the City Hall project until I receive further direction from the Nevada State Ethics Commission.
All right, thank you very much. And all the comments which were made earlier this morning regarding the redevelopment agency, item number 4, will be incorporated in this record as well. Does anybody want to add anything to what was stated earlier today? All right, hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Move to follow our redevelopment agency's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 38 is a hearing, discussion, and possible action regarding complaint seeking disciplinary action against Admistica, Inc., a Nevada corporation, William L. Jacobs and Adela Jacobs, individuals and officers of Admistica, Inc., all doing business as Paradise Lounge at 530 South Martin Luther King Boulevard, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada, for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Urbick?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, Jim Urbeck, hearing in support of...
I don't think your mic is on.
The light's on. Is it on?
Speak into the microphone.
Hearing in support of the disciplinary complaint filed on behalf of the...
I don't know. I don't know.
Filed by the Division of Business and License Services. The complaint was approved by this council on November excuse me, October 21st of this year. It was set for hearing this date. It was served on the respondent, Mr. Jacobs, on the 28th of October. He had 28 days to file an answer, which was November 17th. He did not, which is a violation of Ordinance 6.88.080, and as a result, all the allegations contained within the complaint are deemed to be true. There was an attempt by Mr. Jacobs to file an answer this past Friday, which doesn't solve the problem. Because the clerk's office was closed, he supposedly showed up and tried to file it, but it doesn't matter because he had to file it within 20 days. The 5-day limitation applies when the hearing is set within a short time frame, not the minimum of 30 days that we gave him. So, since the answer was not filed timely, I would ask that the council deem all the allegations true and revoke the licenses. If there is a desire by the council to proceed despite this defect by the respondents, we're prepared to proceed.
All right, well,
Mayor Goodman?
yes, Councilor Barlow.
If I may chime in, Mr. Urbeck, thank you for bringing that to our attention, that the paperwork and the documents were not filed in a timely manner. However, I do recommend to this council, Mayor, if you, through you, that we accept Mr. William Jacobs' letter that was submitted on November 30th, Monday, November 30th. The offices were closed. I can't verify whether or not Mr. Jacobs came here on Friday due to the fact that we were closed, but I would like to move forward with this deliberation in regards to his item today.
All right, and I'm going to concur with Councilman Barlow. Basically, Mr. Jacobs had an attorney. The attorney was dismissed or resigned or whatever. He indicated he wants to proceed in proper person. He, as far as I'm concerned, can have his day before us, and we'll proceed with the evidence at this time.
That's fine. I would call this my first witness, Mr. DiFiore, business licenses.
All right. For some reason, that mic is not being picked up here.
He needs to get on the closer to it.
Okay. You're too tall, Mr. Urban.
Jim will get fine.
There you go. All right.
Jim DiFiore, Manager of Business Licensing for the City of Las Vegas, Finance and Business Services.
Mr. DiFiore, are you familiar with the Paradise Lounge, and could you explain to the council why you're familiar with it, any meetings you may have had with Mr. Jacobs, who's present to my right, and what was the result of those meetings, and your concerns that grew over time?
And Mr. DiFiore, if you don't mind, if you'll give the cordless microphone to Mr. Urbeck. Thank you. And just repeat what you just stated, Mr. Urbeck, please.
Mr. DiFiore, would you relate to the members of the council how you're familiar with Paradise Lounge, Mr. Jacobs, the owner of the Paradise Lounge, any meetings that you may have had with him and his personnel, along with others with the city or Metro, and what grew out of those meetings, and how your concerns either existed, were resolved, or grew, if you would.
Okay. In November of last year, 2008, Mr. Jacobs and the Paradise Lounge was being considered for a permanent license before the City Council for Paradise Lounge. And at that council meeting, the City Council granted him a permanent license for the tavern, for the gaming, and for some incidental licenses that only had one condition, and that was after his appeal that he could not afford private security to address the concerns on the premises. Council offered him to have employed security with the condition that those security personnel would come before my office to be approved, essentially, through the work card process.
Were there any problems with these personnel that were selected by Mr. Jacobs?
Excuse me, let me ask you this, Mr. Urbeck. How long do you expect the hearing to take place? Because we have a lot of people here on other matters, and if it's going to be extensive, I'm going to trail this.
I would think 15, 20 minutes.
I'm going to trail it. We'll take care of these other matters, and then we'll call this matter back.
Okie dokie.
Mayor is taking charge. Mayor's on fire. Okay. Item number 40 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a liquor caterer license for Mundo LLC, doing business as Mundo, a culinary hotspot at 495 South Grand Central Parkway, Suite 116. This is in Ward 5, and the item is to be heard in the afternoon session in conjunction with item number 91. So we'll pass.
Same with 41.
And 41, both of those items will be passed to the afternoon session. Item 42 is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of work card denial for Ivana Vela, doing business as Vinnie Boy's Italian Marketplace at 3620 West Sahara Avenue in Suite W02. Anybody here, Ms. Vela? All right, Mr. DiFiore, let's hear from you.
Mayor and members of the council, you have before you in your investigative books the police report with regard to Ivana Vela and her criminal record. Ms. Vela, if you want to step over there. She is here to make her appeal on the work card denial. We had conversation with Ms. Vela 2 weeks ago. I believe she was unprepared at that point in time due to the fact that she didn't know how the meeting was going to progress. At that meeting that we did have with her, we suggested to her, since she is on probation, that she may want to get from her probation officer a letter of support and bring that with her to submit to the council.
Do you have that, Ms. Vela?
No, she was on vacation. She talked to
You
you.
need to talk to the mic.
She was on vacation, so I didn't get to talk to her.
All right, you have to turn the mic on. Once again, Ms. Vela indicated that the probation officer was on vacation. She was unable to do that. Do you want to give her another 2 weeks to get that done?
I did speak to the probation officer, and she did say they had been playing telephone tag.
Right.
If she feels that that's going to help her with this appeal,
That's up to you, Ms. Vela. You want another 2 weeks, or you want to go forward today?
Go forward.
Fair enough. Okay, Mr. DiFiore?
Okay. Sergeant Lowe is here from Metro. If you have any questions with regard to the police report, you can see from the police report that she does have 2 prior convictions, and that was the reason for denial. According to our code in 6.86, the appellant is here today, and she shall make a presentation on why she should have the appeal, and following that, then I'll make a recommendation.
All right, fine. Be happy to hear from you, ma'am.
Well, I needed for a cashier position since I'm in a dishwasher right now, and with Zero Liquor, and that's the sheriff's.
Well,
That's the reason.
what place of employment?
Vinny Boy's, Italian today.
Right, it's on West Sahara.
3620.
Did you advise your employer of your prior problems?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Do you have a letter from him indicating that he's aware of that?
Yes,
And he's still willing to have you work in that capacity?
yes, yes.
All right, do you have anything else you want to tell us?
No.
All right. Mr. DiFiore, do you have a recommendation?
I did speak to her probation officer yesterday to follow up with our conversation we had 2 weeks ago. The probation officer did tell me that she is a low-risk client. She's passed her drug tests. I believe there's been 3. Maybe Chief can elaborate on that. But she's in support of the applicant to have a work card, knowing that she has 2 children that she is caring for. Having said that, I suppose, as we've done in many cases, a 6-month temporary work card, site-specific, with a review following that. And I would suggest, too, that when she comes back in 6 months, she comes back with a sort of a formal letter from her probation officer giving us a status at that point in time for us to make a review at that time.
Thank you. Do you understand the recommendation?
Yes, I do.
All right, are there any questions of Mr. DiFiore, the officer, or Ms. Vela? All right, hearing none, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I move to approve the recommendation that has been made
All
by
right.
staff.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post.
Oops.
Motion carries.
It's coming up nay, it should be yes.
All right. May the record reflect a yes vote for Councilwoman. Ms. Vela, you're going to go to work. Do a good job, okay?
Thank you.
Support your family. All right? Good. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Item 43 is the Historic Preservation Commission. The term of Janet Ruth White, her term expires March 6, 2011. There has been a recommendation by Councilman Barlow for Catherine Duncan to fill this appointment. Does anybody else have anybody that they would like to sponsor, or should we vote on Ms. Duncan's recommendation? All right, hearing none, let's vote on the recommendation for Ms. Duncan. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 44 is the Regional Flood Control District Citizens Advisory Committee. The term of Terrence P. Kane, P.E., expires December 3, 2009. Would anybody like to have a recommendation for this?
Your Honor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Kane has served. She is eligible for reappointment. She wishes to be reappointed. I think she's done a fantastic job. Let's just go ahead and reappoint her to this board. We have a letter from Gail Frazier, General Manager, Chief Engineer, Regional Flood Control District, in support of this appointment, and let's follow that recommendation.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 45 is Park and Recreation Advisory Commission. The term of Michael R. Akers Sr. expires December 3, 2009. May I have a recommendation, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Mike Akers has been a true inspiration to me. I don't know how he gets around like he does. I think we've all seen him here at the council meetings. He does a fantastic job representing the Little Leagues throughout Clark County, especially the city of Las Vegas. He's very active. He's a very hardworking person, and I think that he has done a good job representing the city of Las Vegas on this commission. I think we need to reappoint him just because of what he does.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 46 is the Animal Advisory Committee. The term of Charles Fitzgerald, which expires December 3, 2009. May I have a recommendation, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, I follow staff's recommendation. They would like him reappointed to this appointment, please, on this Animal Advisory Committee.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go on to item number 48, which is bill number 2009-47. Updates the city's drought conservation measures in accordance with the revisions to the Southern Nevada Water Authority's drought plan. Councilor Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 29-47, an ordinance to update the city's drought conservation measures in accordance with the revisions to the Southern Nevada Water Authority's drought plan and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. And Councilor Barlow, your motion, please.
Move for approval.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 49 is bill number 2009-48, adopts the 2009 edition of the International Energy Conservation Code along with the amendments thereto. Councilor Barlow, do you wish to have it read?
Yes. Do you have something to share, Mr. Knight, before I make my motion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Barlow.
Okay.
Let's have it read, and then we'll hear from Mr. Knight.
Okay. Please, for the reading.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 29-48, in order to adopt the 2009 edition of the International Energy Conservation Code along with the amendments thereto and to provide for other related matters.
Mr. Knight.
Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety, City of Las Vegas. With the council's indulgence, I have a letter here from the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association, signed by Irene Porter, Executive Director, supporting this bill and the adoption of this code that I just wish to have entered into the record.
Very good. We'll make that part of the record. Thank you, Mr. Knight.
Thank you.
Councilor Barlow, your motion, please.
Your Honor, excuse me, before there is a motion, Mr. Steed, I believe, has some amendments to make to this bill.
Very good, Mr. Steed.
Yes, the committee recommended that a section be added to this bill to make it effective July 6th of 2010, and so we would recommend that as a First Amendment.
Very good. With that amendment, the Councilman, do you have a motion?
Yes. Move for approval, subject to all amendments and conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 50 will be trailed to be heard in conjunction with the special joint City Council redevelopment agency meeting. items 51 and 52, 51 and 50, bills 2009-49 and 2009-51 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. New bills, items 53 and 54, bills 2009-52 and 2009-53 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, December 15th, 2009. Mr. Jervik, would you read those, please?
On behalf of the owner, Bill number 29-52, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1511, Farm Road, Virginia Dale Street to Tule Springs Road, providing for the payment of the cost and expense of said improvements, assessing a portion of the cost of said improvements against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and providing details in connection therewith. And finally, Bill number 2009-53, an ordinance to adopt a certain agreement entitled Amended Development Agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Cliffs Edge LLC related to the Cliffs Edge Providence Development and to provide for related matters.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Barlow, will you be available on the 15th of December?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. And Councilman Anthony, will you be available on December 15th?
Yes, sir.
Good. You'll be assigned those bills, and the City Council meeting will be in recess until 1 p.m. 1 p.m.
Mayor?
Pardon me?
You want to go back to the trail?
No, okay. What I'd like to do is I'd like 38 to be called up. I'm going to recess the City Council meeting until after the special meeting, at which time I will recall 38 for the hearing.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I could just weigh in.
Please.
You're not going to have the documents that you need to consider for your special meeting until around 11:15.
Okay, then
So
what
you
we're going to
could
do...
proceed with your hearing,
that's what
and
we'll
that
do.
might be about the right time.
All right, that's perfect. All right, everybody, I wish we could move it along, but we have to wait. So we'll call item 38 again, and we're still in session. Item 38, please. Mr. Urbeck, Mr. DiFiore,
Swear
Jacobs. All right, we've heard the preliminary statements.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay.
All right, Mr. DiFiore.
Where I left off was that we, in the City Council on November 19th, 2008, granted Mr. Jacobs a permanent license for operating his tavern at 530 Martin Luther King, with the condition that he would submit his security staff to my office for them to be reviewed and be referred for a work card, and upon granting of that work card, they could go to work at the Paradise Lounge. During that time, during this whole time, there was nine security personnel that were approved. There were 3 that were denied. The reasons that they were denied were a criminal record and fingerprinting denied them at that point, and because of the certain condition on that, they were not allowed to work at that location. In January of this year, because of some problems that occurred in December, we met with Mr. Jacobs and representatives of Bolton Area Command. We had conversations with Mr. Jacobs about the problems that occurred in December and made suggestions to him on how he could improve his business operation. Those suggestions included Mr. Jacobs to notify the Business Services Office when an incident did occur, and that we could be aware of, and we could be in conjunction with Bolton Area Command could try to resolve or mitigate any situations that did come up. Mr. Jacobs did not comply with that. We did not hear from him after incidents occurred at that point. We met with him again in February of this year and addressed some of the same concerns about his lack of communication, his lack of control at the property, and his inability to control the activity that was occurring at that location. Another instance occurred in May of this year after there were several incidents of concern that Metro had responded to, and again, Mr. Jacobs was advised that he needed to be more involved, more proactive in the business operation, and needed to notify us when these incidents did occur, and that still has not happened. Finally, on October 6th of this year, I had Mr. Jacobs in my office. He was wanting to put on an event 2 days from that date as a concern for one of his constituents that had passed away, and we suggested to him that we would not approve that event It was going to be an outdoor barbecue on a Thursday night. With all of the incidents that have occurred over the months, we just felt that was putting the community in a dangerous position, and suggested to Mr. Jacobs that he really consider just what is going on at this business, because we were going to come forward with a disciplinary complaint. That is, in a brief nutshell, some of the things that have occurred with our office, with Bolton Area Command and Mr. Jacobs, trying to educate him, trying to get him to take responsibility for the actions of the incidents that occurred, giving him every opportunity to correct the situation over the period of almost a year now.
Thank you. Mr. Any further questions? Go ahead.
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. Directing your attention to pages 6 and 7 of the complaint, were there instances where certain employees did not have work cards and Mr. Jacobs did not maintain an active employee list in violation of ordinance?
There were some daytime inspections during this period of time, and yes, there were times where correction notices or notices of violation were issued to the employees for not having the proper cards, and also to Mr. Jacobs for not maintaining an employee list. I believe he was also cited for that offense.
Directing your attention to pages 2 through 4 of the complaint, there's 10 instances listed from December 5th of last year, all early morning hour events regarding shots fired in the parking lot, guns pointed at security guards, DJ with a no-bail bench warrant, assaults and battery on December 19th, carjacking on April 25th, 2009, assault and battery with a firearm on April 26th. The December 11th event, I believe, was a shooting inside the bar. May 6th, there was a fight call at Paradise Lounge. May 9th, known gang members with knives were seen there and arrested. July 3rd, an individual who was suspicious and 4 other ex-felons were present at the business right outside in the alley. One attempted to flee. He was wanted for kidnapping and sexual assault of a minor. July 11th, someone shot 15 rounds in the parking lot into a car, and Mr. Jacobs himself claimed that they were shooting at him. Have you reviewed all the police reports and calls for service, and did those events occur?
Yes, they did.
I have no other questions of Mr. DiFiore.
Fine. Mr. Jacobs, do you have any cross-examination?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. First of all, Mr. Barlow, thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak today.
What I'm asking you now, do you have any questions of Mr. DiFiore?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right.
I would like to state a couple things that happened.
No. What we're going to do is this. This is your chance to ask Mr. DiFiore questions, and then after Mr. Urbeck is through his presentation, then we'll certainly hear from you.
Okay. My question to Mr. DiFiore is the same question I asked Sergeant Clement. When, in the initial report in the complaint, it says that 250 plus calls were made from Paradise Lounge. In the formal complaint, now there's only 179. We keep a log of all our complaints. So, Mr. DiFiore, how does that work? Because I'm confused to now how the calls are originated, and how in one complaint we had over 250, and on the second complaint it's only 179.
There was a number that was first of all addressed in the original complaint for disciplinary action, and from the date that ended, when it was submitted to the city attorney's office for consideration for disciplinary action, there was additional calls for service through, I believe, October 16th, which were in excess of, I believe, of 225 calls.
Well, the complaint you gave me on October the 16th is the one that says that there's an excess of 250. The complaint that was sent to my attorney, which was after that, which we had to respond by November the 16th, states there was only 179. That's why I'm confused. So it didn't increase, it decreased.
No. Let me put it very, very simply. Between November 19th, 2008, and I believe July 19th, 2009, I believe there was 159 calls for service. Additionally, between July 19th of 2009 and October 16th, when you were served with the suspension, emergency suspension of your license, there was an additional 73 calls for service between that period of time, which would put it in excess of 225.
I might be able to clear it up.
No. This is cross-examination.
The other question I have for Mr. DiFiore is why I was not allowed due process when I came here on the 21st of October. We were never informed that we were going to have an emergency suspension. At 3:30 on a Friday, we were called. I was in a meeting, and I had to basically disrupt my meeting, go down, and I was served with this claim. At that point, I asked the city to tell me why they waited until Friday at 3:30 in the afternoon to serve me, of which they didn't give me an explanation. But on Monday, when I called Mr. DiFiore and I asked him, that we wanted some kind of a resolution, he then told me at that moment that there was going to be a meeting on Wednesday. If I hadn't called him, I would have not known. So I want to know why at that point I was not given due process. I stood here in front of Mr. Urbeck, and he did the motion, and it passed through, and after it was done, then Mayor Pro Tem asked me if I had any questions. And then at that point, we addressed it with the assistant city manager, Mr. Orlando.
All right, Mr. DiFiore, are you able to respond to that?
Yes, I am. On October 16th, you were served notice of the emergency suspension, and it clearly stated the reasons why the city was taking the action at that time. On October 21st, the City Council was there to consider a disciplinary complaint, and you appeared here, and you were advised, I believe by staff, that you could contact Mr. Urbeck and the City Attorney's Office, or have your attorney contact Mr. Urbeck, and you were also notified, I believe by my staff, that your appeal process on the emergency suspension, also included in that document, was to the District Court of Clark County.
I guess my question is, Mr. DiFiore, why was I not allowed due process? Why wasn't I allowed?
That's up to us to decide.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No problem. Don't be sorry.
I guess what I'm trying to say, Mayor, is that on Monday, if I wouldn't have...
Okay, see, that's the problem when you don't have a lawyer and you're against a lawyer. I'm going to try to help you here. Do you have any more witnesses?
We have one available, but...
Well, do you have any? Do you want to call a witness?
That's fine. We'll submit it.
All right, now it's your turn. What is your defense? Do you have any witnesses you want to call?
Yes, I will. I'm going to call my son.
Okay, you want to do that now, or do you want to make a statement?
Please, I want to make a statement first.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, as you can see, every complaint in this document has to do with gang activity. None of these complaints have to do with serving minors alcohol or lunes or anything that has to do within my establishment. In effect, we had a meeting in December where Mr. Barlow stated that he wanted every one of my security personnel to be approved by the city. So we have satisfied that request through the city. None of my personnel was not, that came forth. I believe that the people that we hired were qualified. Most of them have worked in casinos. Some of them had military backgrounds. I was also advised to go to other establishments which had not so many problems as we did to kind of see what they were doing. So we did. In the meeting that we had on February 11th, Mr. Jack Clements, the sergeant for Bolden Command, was present with Kelly Olivares, Ms. Rosemore, Mr. DiFiore, my attorney, not my attorney, I was there by myself, and two of my security people. We expressed to Mr. Clements at that point that we were reluctant to make calls to Bolden Command because they were going to be called against us. They were going to be counted against us. And the reason I say that is because the people I bought the bar from had the same problem I'm having now as far as calls are concerned. I was assured by Mr. Clements that if Paradise Lounge initiated the calls because of we needed trespassing or too many people in the parking lot or whatever, that they would come and help us and they would not be counted against us. Well, that turned out to be very inaccurate because, all those calls are being put in the citation. The great majority of these calls were initiated by me. I remember when you gave me my permanent license, or when the city council approved it, you told me that you expected me to be there full-time. Well, I was. Every busy day that we had, I was there until 6, 7 in the morning, every night. Every incident we had, except one, when my son got married, I was involved with Metro. I was present. We cooperated with Metro. In that meeting that we had, Metro told us that they wanted certain changes. They told us that they wanted us to change our uniforms. So we put all our security with this uniform, which they could see for blocks. Okay, when they came, they praised us. They said, it's a great thing. I'd like to read a couple of things that we implemented, because in this complaint it says that we failed miserably to implement any of the things that we did. One of the things they suggested is that we elect a key employee, which we did. My son is a key employee. We changed the security uniforms. We implemented procedures to assist Metro when they came into the building. They had complained that when they tried to come in the building that there was people blocking. So what we did is we created a code, which was Code Blue. When security, because we bought radios, professional radios, to be able to communicate. When security heard Code Blue, they were supposed to post one person at the door and clear the door for Metro, and every time Metro came in, that's what happened. We implemented crowd control measures, okay? We put stanchions on the sidewalk so that we could control the flow of the people that were coming in and out. They had suggested we hired a female security guard to pat down females, and we did that. We posted NRS no loitering signs, no trespassing signs all around the building, in the back alley, on the sides, and in the front. We bought state-of-the-art warning equipment. They had asked us that we do not do any live hip-hop activities. We were trying to do an event where we were going to help the local community by bringing amateur artists that wanted to perform in our bar. And we complied, and we, from that day on, didn't do anything at all with live things with hip-hop. They also told us we had to get a handbill license, which I was very confused about, because prior to these problems, we had put out flyers by the thousands, and we never had been required, but we complied and we did it. They also told us that they wanted somebody patrolling the parking lot, and I told them that I would do that every 15 minutes. The point is that once we got so busy, I was at the parking lot. That was my job. I was a parking lot attendant. And I walked with somebody in security all night. That was my job. That's what I did. The problem that we have is that Paradise Lounge did not bring this problem to the neighborhood. When I bought this bar, there was a huge problem already. We have been trying within our means to try to contain the problem, which is the gangs. One day the gang unit came to my office, to the bar, and we had a meeting with them, and they suggested that I call a sergeant, which name I'm not going to mention, and set up a meeting with them to try to, have them help us identify the problems that we were having, and so that we could weed out these people and call Metro. When I called the sergeant, he called me back after a month because he was out of town. When I called him back and I expressed my situation to him, he told me, and I quote, "Being a gang member in the state of Nevada is not illegal. So I cannot give you classes, and I'm not going to help you." At that point, the next meeting I had with Sergeant Clements, I voiced my disconcern, and I said, "Look, you know what? We have problems here." In this complaint, it talks about a car that was in the back alley, which was not in front of my business. It was in the back alley, in back of a furniture store, where 8 felons were arrested. We have no control over that. We have absolutely no control over that. One of my DJs was arrested because he had a back child support thing. I have no control about that, and I don't know that. I don't ask them to give me their history before they come to work. Everything in this complaint states that we have not complied with the city. Mr. DeFiore is correct. We failed to maintain our employee list. One of my employees had an expired work card. When I found out she was one of my lead people, she got fired that day. All right. I am very proactive. I don't play the game. And yes, we were cited because We were informed that we had not given the city after 5 days of hiring somebody, a piece of paper saying that they had come to work for us. The truth is I didn't, because I was ignorant to the facts. I believe that we were punished very unjustly. You know, we read in the paper of other clubs which purposely have allowed illicit activity in their clubs by sex acts and drugs and prostitution and whatever, and they have not been closed. They have been fined, and then they were set on their way. We were closed for 47 days, Mayor. And the day I came on Wednesday, what's ironical about this is that the person that was in front of me was so happy because he had just opened a restaurant and was hiring 14 new employees. Well, that day, 15 employees lost their jobs. 15. People who didn't have to lose their jobs. I feel that we have done more than our share. I've been in many meetings with, 3 meetings to be specific, with Captain Neville and with Mr. Clements, and where we addressed our concerns. Every time the city has called us and told us, we want you to do this, we have not said no. On the contrary. We also put a sign, okay, that was posted there every day that said no hats, no do-rags, no athletic wear, no jackets, no hoodies. We enforced a very proactive dress code, all right? We put the sign that said 25 people not allowed, but I was advising my attorney to take it off because of legal reasons. We also put a thing that said no cover charge, and there was going to be a $5 reentry fee because we were discouraging people from going to their cars and trying to come back. So what I feel is that this is not a problem of just Paradise Lounge. As a matter of fact, once they closed our bar, the people, because we are on the west side, and believe it or not, it is the same people who converge on 4 bars. Mr. DiFiore and I have spoken on this extensively, have gone to other bars, and since then there's been 2 shootings, 1 person got, injured badly at this bar. Well, I guess my question is, what are we going to do, close the whole west side? Because, I mean, by closing me down, the gang problem is not going to be resolved. And what I'm trying to tell you with that is that I have done everything the city has told me. I had 8 security guards in one establishment, Mr. Mayor. 8. That was 6 security guards, myself and my son, 2 of them which were armed. I feel that we are being portrayed as somebody who has not done our jobs. And I just want to give you one more example before I finish. We had an incident where, let me tell you how it operates. Before midnight, we have probably 20 people in the bar, okay? At 1:30, people start coming because they leave other establishments. By 3:30, there was over 300 people in that parking lot. It was a madhouse. We were trying to control crowd control, but that parking lot was always full of people. So we had security going out all day long, armed. I was armed with tasers, with everything. It got bad. The situation got bad. We called Metro because we had an agreement with Metro that if the people were loitering in the parking lot, we were supposed to call them. We did our job. We were not asking Metro to babysit a situation. But the situation was out of our hands at that moment. How do we control, 300 people from coming? I mean, we couldn't close the parking lots. We don't have assigned parking at the bar, okay? It's public parking all around. So we were patrolling not only the back alleys, but the apartment complexes on the side to try to prevent the neighbors from having to, complain about increased criminal activity. In one of the situations we had let some people out. There was a fight that broke out. My security got involved. A guy went to his car, pulled out a gun and started waving at it. One of my security guards pulled out his weapon, informed them that he had his weapon on him. The guy put his gun down, got in his car and left. We called Metro, gave him the description of the car, the description of the person. They arrested him. They released him with his gun. When I went to complain to Metro and I told them, why did you do that? They told me, because there's always 2 sides to a story. That was their explanation of the fact. Besides the fact that they got these 8 felons with weapons, every weapon charge that there was there in this complaint was because we identified it through our cameras and we informed Metro. We did not hide anything. And I was aware that me informing Metro was going to cause me more heat. But I think I was doing my job not only for my bar, but to the neighborhood in itself, because we are trying also to eradicate this. We have tried many ventures. We've tried to put in jazz and blues and everything else. It doesn't work. We're on the west side, which has a bad reputation, and the people who frequent my bar are the same people who frequent all the other bars on the west side.
All right, do you have any questions, Mr. Urbit?
Just briefly, Mr. Jacobs, you said that some restaurant in the area was pleased that you had opened up. What's the name of that restaurant?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem remembers a Greek restaurant here in downtown. It was on the 21st of October. It was a lady that was here in the front.
It's in the Arts District.
Payments?
It's,
Payments?
The Wholesome Lofts.
Lola's.
Yeah, Lola's.
You also stated that you had been shot at. You told the police that?
That is correct. Let me tell you what happened. And I asked the security guy that was with me to come here. There was a patron inside the bar that was being unruly. We asked him to stop doing something. He was reclining against the speaker, and the speaker was about to fall down. Well, he did not comply, so security took him down, arrested him, and took him outside. We handcuffed him, and we were going to call Metro. And after talking to him, and he assured us that he was going to leave, that he was sorry, that, you know what, I made a mistake, whatever. We took the handcuffs off. He got in his car, and he left. This security employee, his name is Matthew. About 15 minutes later, I called Matthew, and I told him, you know what, let's go walk through the parking lot. We went to the side of the alley, all the way to the back, and as we were coming back, I was about 6 cars from the door, and I started hearing some shots. Matthew pulled me down, and we ducked under the car. And the shots were directed directly at us. This guy had come back, and he had stood in front of the door. And if I would have been in front of the door, he would have killed me. He would have killed me or Matthew. But we were like 5 cars down, we were able to duck, and it was not 15 shots, it was 17 shots. Because I stayed there all night with Metro, and it is correct. We did get shot, and they were intending to get me. It was a guy by the name of D. You know, Metro came, the detectives came, everybody. We cooperated for days. I put a $1,500 reward on my part through my channels to find out who this person was. And unfortunately, you know, they also have their code of silence.
Any other questions?
Was it that security guard, Matthew, or someone else that said you were lying about being shot at, that it was shooting at the car?
I have no idea, sir, because in this report it says that an employee, and I can guarantee you that it was not him. It was probably another employee by the name of David, which was a key security employee, which we fired for an incident for not following proper policies and procedures. He allowed a patron to come in with a knife. Metro came in to do a routine check. They found the knife on him. They arrested him. That and other problems led us to fire him. And what's interesting is that the city called him behind my back and asked him, what's going on? Can you tell us what's going on at Paradise Lounge? At that point, he stated he had quit because it was too dangerous for him.
Okay, any other questions?
That's it. No, Your Honor.
Do you have any other witnesses?
Well, I just want to present you my son. He is the key employee. When the incident happened with the 8 felons, he was there present. The date in this complaint is wrong. They're saying it was on a Saturday, it was on a Wednesday, and the parking lot was empty. These people were behind a truck. It was impossible for us to see. It's one of these commercial trucks. They were on the other side. Metro was coming in, and then they spotted them and put the light on them.
Is that what your son was going to testify to?
Yes, sir, in case they needed to ask anything about it.
That's not necessary. That's sufficient. All right, any other witnesses?
No, sir.
Do you have any other witnesses?
I just have, I think, 2 questions for Mr. DiFiore.
All right, Mr. DiFiore.
Mr. DiFiore, you previously testified there was approximately 179 calls for service up to the end of the complaint that was filed in this matter, and then, which ended on the dates in question ended on July 19th, 2009. From July 19th, 2009 until the emergency order, were there about another 70 calls for service?
Yes, there were.
Did you do the emergency closure due to the fact of the escalating number and severity of the calls for service?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Barlow, if I could, please, with your permission, Mayor, through you. Now, we're saying approximately. Now, these calls are numbered, right? I mean, so it should be 179 or 180 or 160. It can't be approximately 179 or approximately 70 or 60 or 40 or 30 or 20.
179 before, 73 after the complaint.
That's fine, thank you.
And after the emergency suspension order, how many calls for service up to present date?
to the present date, there have been no calls for service. There has been one self-generated by Metro. It's called a bar perimeter check, and that's when they generally cruise the area and make a stop if necessary, but no outside generated calls for service.
I have nothing else.
Sir, can I intercede with that 1 second, please? I'd like to show you, I have the two documents here of the complaints. The one that was sent to me October the 16th, which says 250,
Right.
and the one that was sent to me on November,
Right.
that says 179. When I called Metro, three different people gave me three different explanations.
Okay, fair enough.
Except for moving for the omission of the white booklet, the evidentiary booklet, we're finished.
All right, fine. Okay, I think everybody's finished. Does the council have any questions that they'd like to ask of Mr. Jacobs or Mr. DiFiore or Ms. Fretwell?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I was in the back for a minute. I just wanted to make sure that the evidence book that was provided to the council was introduced into evidence and filed with the clerk before you finished.
Okay.
I move its admission.
All right, fine, it's admitted.
Your Honor.
All right, Councilor Wilson?
Thank you. May I ask Mr. DiFiore a couple questions? Jim, when we've had these matters before involving calls for service, I've voiced some concerns, no pun intended, some concerns about the meaning and the relevance and of these calls for service. So let me ask you this question, whether you take the category of the calls for service before the complaint was filed or after, are any of these calls for service generated by Mr. Jacobs, for example? In other words, he's the bar owner, there's somebody fighting in his bar, so he calls Metro.
We don't have that information on whether he made the call or not, or did not make the call.
Secondly, a lot of these calls for service are bar perimeter check. What does that mean?
From what I know, that means that it is during briefings of the Metro Area Command, it would be something that they would discuss that a patrol car would go to that location or cruise that area to see if there are any problems or concerns that they would need to stop by and see.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that there's a problem at this location on that date and time. Metro says, for whatever reason, let's do a bar perimeter check tonight between 12 midnight and 3 a.m. It doesn't necessarily mean anything other than that. Is that a fair characterization?
That's a fair characterization. However, let me say this. Bar perimeter checks, generally speaking, are addressed or are scheduled because of previous problems. And it would be something that they would put on their call log.
Fair enough. Some of these other calls for service, person on foot, other disturbance, vehicle stop, drunk driver, person on foot, person on foot, person on foot, vehicle stop, bar perimeter check, a lot of person on foot. There's a lot of people walking around, I guess. The only point I'm trying to make is, respectfully, when we throw out these numbers about 250 calls for service and 180 calls for service, this is not a great area. Everybody recognizes that. And
I'm going to take issue with that. I live about 2 blocks from there, so
my point.
I mean, I'm really upset about the way everyone's been characterizing my neighborhood.
Right. And Mayor, I can appreciate that as well, and I'll speak on it after you're done.
Okay, well, my point was just made because the mayor lives close by. My point is, everybody recognizes that this is an area where there's a lot of people coming to enjoy your business,
yes, sir,
or otherwise. And I just don't think that the number of calls for service by itself means much.
I mean,
if that was the case, we wouldn't want any businesses going in areas because it's going to prompt calls for service. So in the future, my request would be to break these things down. A person on foot means nothing to me. A vehicle stop, that means nothing to me. It doesn't tell me it had anything to do with this man's business. A person on foot outside, what does that mean? So my personal preference in the future is we need to categorize some of these calls for service. If there's a fight in the bar, that tells me something. If there's a person with a gun, that tells me something. but I'd say 50% of these calls for service, don't tell me anything that's relevant to whether we should close this business down or not. And I appreciate, Mayor, you live around the corner, but in reality, this has been an area, and this has been a location, let me put it that way, a location where we've had reoccurring problems. That's all.
If I might, Councilman.
No. Nope. No. This is going to wind this up. Any other questions?
Mr.
Yes,
Mayor,
Deb?
I just wanted to ask, are other businesses in that area, do they have a similar amount of calls? Because I sort of had that same question. In other words, do they have the same number listed of calls?
Let me make a correlation. Right next door is a business known as La Cabana Cantina, which is owned by Mr. Jacobs. It's a restaurant, and it has beer and wine. And if I recall correctly, I testified when we reviewed that license over a year ago that they had, I think during a 6-month period, 2 calls for service. And I know we have Sergeant Clements in the office. Mr. Urbeck and I met with him a couple of days ago, and we asked him at that time, do you have any concerns or problems with La Cabana Cantina? He said, absolutely not. We have very few or hardly any calls for service at that location. It is right next door.
You asked the owner?
And
the owner.
Me, ma'am.
Oh,
Sorry,
you?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay, so...
The reason is, ma'am, because we close early. We close our restaurant at about 6 or 7 o'clock. We used to close at 9 at night, but because of the economy, we close at 6. If you look at this report, all the problems occur after 1:30 in the morning, or the problems that we're concerned with us happen after hours.
All right, let me, Councilman Anthony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for Mr. Jacobs. I mean, this bar is a pretty dangerous place. I mean, if you look at the events, I know Mr. Urbeck mentioned them, but gang-related shots fired, assault and battery with a firearm, fight call, gang members loitering with weapons, ex-felons with gang ties found with firearms, 15 shots fired into a car parked in the parking lot. These aren't minor events. And I appreciate you taking the time to do what the city asked you to do to try to reduce the violence, but it's not working. So when your place is closed, there's no violence there. When you're open, there's a lot of violence. So what could you possibly do on top of what you've already done to eliminate the violence at this place? It's a dangerous place. People are going to get shot and killed there.
Yes, sir. I concur with you. It is a dangerous, not so much a dangerous place, it's a dangerous situation. I was mentioning that after they closed, the violence escalated somewhere else and 2 people got shot. Again, it's what we propose to do today is, if the city will allow us, we will, we would like to come up to some kind of a compromise where maybe on Friday and Saturday, whereas we were closing at 6, we'll close at 4. The majority of the people who come to my bar come about 2:30 to 3, so that's going to curtail a lot of the problems that we have. We would also suggest that in the meeting we had on February 11th, I asked Metro if they would, on my busy days, which were Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it's on the complaint, if they would do a parking lot drive for us. Because we're not the majority, okay? I want you to know something. The majority of the problems that we've had are not been inside the bar. We had one incident inside the bar. They have been outside in the parking lot, usually in the back alley. Because when these people leave, sometimes there's cars from opposite gangs that are waiting for them, and they get into scuffles. So if at those times we could have the presence of Metro, and we've called Metro before in the past, when we've sensed that there were going to be problems, and they have been there, okay, by no means do I want to say Metro has not helped us. They've helped us tremendously. Sergeant Clements and Captain Neville and Sergeant Burnett and everybody else, they have been there and they have assisted us. They cut no slack on us, I can tell you that, but you know what? They were fair with us, so I appreciate what they've done for us. Same thing with Mr. DiFiore. I know he's concerned, he helped us. But if we could have, on those busy days, about 4 o'clock, if we could call Metro and say, you know what, we're going to release our people in about half an hour, if we could have one patrol standing there, those problems would be avoided. And I know that because in the past that has happened, Metro has been there. I want to tell you one thing. When I had my last meeting with Metro, with Captain Neville, I told him, look, Captain, the problem is, even if 3 security guards go up to these guys in the parking lot, tell them to leave, they won't. They don't respect us. They actually will go and physically aggravate security. We've had numerous fights with these people aggravating security. And his answer was, well, they don't respect us either, but they fear us. You know, I mean, there's a big difference in that sense that you know, they can pull out the gun. We can't. We can't just arrest people on the spot. So they also acknowledge that this is an ongoing problem. I can also tell you that after our last meeting, prior to this one, our crime rate went down to almost zero, and Captain Neville was the one who told me that. Which is when we changed our uniforms, when we started implementing, and we started weeding out a lot of the undesirables.
Okay, is that satisfactory, Councilor? Thank you, I appreciate that. Anybody else?
Yeah, just
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
more of an observation than a question. I mean, it's just a comment I feel like needs to be put on the record. If we close this location up, where are these gang members, where are these perpetrators going to go? Are they going to go to a different neighborhood or different location, a different bar, and do the same thing? Are we just chasing this problem? Are we curing the problem at this location if we close them up? Absolutely. But they're just going to go down the street or around the corner. What can we do to keep this from happening at other locations? That's what I worry about. Is we're just driving them from one house to another house.
All right. Councilor Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Jacobs and staff for the presentation being brought forward before us today. Mr. Jacobs, when you and I sat down over a year ago and had this conversation, I brought up to your attention Squiggy's Bar. And we had a long conversation in regards to what was transpiring at Squiggy's. And I shared with you the long history of what Councilman Weekly did, as well as myself as his staff member at that time, in order to rectify the issues that are very similar, mirror image to what we're dealing with here today. And when we shut that, when he, Commissioner Weekly now, shut Squiggy's down, the problem went away. And what we noticed by working in that area, in the area in which you call the West Side, it's actually the medical district. The medical district right at Alta and Martin Luther King. There's no problems in that area. You mentioned that it's high of crime. You mentioned that there's a lot of drug and gang activity in that community. That is not true. That is not accurate. Councilman Anthony hit the nail right on the head. He said the bar is a dangerous place. It's the bar. It's not the community. We work that community. We work very well with the residents in that community who have to live with the gunfire after 12 a.m. sleeping on the floor in their apartments, which is not fair to the surrounding residents. So I resent the fact that you even mentioned that it's the community that has the problem. It's not the community, it's your bar. Now, I shared with you also that if I move forward with the recommendation for you to run an operation that you assured me was going to be a different element and a different genre of music than what Squiggy's did. And you committed to me that you would do that. Sir, you did not. You did the opposite. And you know it. So you can sit here and present this case before this council with the smoke and mirror, but I'm not buying it. And I told you if you come back before me that I'm going to deal with you accordingly, and I will. Okay? Now, to say that you were armed with guns and tasers and outside of your establishment, to me, I wouldn't want to work in a location if I had to basically arm myself with guns and tasers in order to deal with the element that was coming through my door. So I'm going to save you from yourself. I'm going to help you save your own life and others. When you purchased the building there was not a problem. There was not a problem. 0 calls for service. The calls for service, and I can appreciate Councilman Wolfson's comments in regards to the calls for service, because I too agree with him in the sense that all of these calls for service don't belong to you. Metro's doing their job, and they're supposed to come around and do bar checks and make sure that the community is safe. And so I commend Metro for doing their job. But one thing I can say about you, Mr. Jacobs, is that you have not lived up to the agreement of what you and I sat down in my office and talked about in regards to the security that you were to have, because I wanted to have licensed security, and you came to me and you says, no, allow me to bring in my own security. And so you brought in your own security only to come to the fact that they were ex-felons. What type of security is that? You told me that you will have additional parameter cameras. That wasn't in place.
Well, I disagree, sir. They were in place.
Well, I tell you what. That's what I've observed. And there has been a number of times where I've had staff come into the establishment just to see what was going on, just as patrons, in the hours of 2, 3 in the morning. And the report that I received back was not favorable. And you know it.
No, I don't know it, sir.
Well, you will in a moment. December 5th, 2008, gang-related reports, 5 shots fired. December 19th, Metro responded to a report of assault and battery at Paradise Lounge. Assailant struck in the face. The question that I have for Mr. DeFiore or a representative from Metro is on April 25th, 2009, a carjacking occurred in the parking lot of Paradise Lounge, which once again goes back to the fact of what Councilman Anthony brought up was this bar is a dangerous place. It's not the community. So if someone can answer the question as to what time this carjacking took place, I would appreciate that. If someone from Metro can come forward, or Jim, if you can provide a time, April 25th, 2009, and it's event number 09042500863. If you can research that for me. April 26th, Metro responded to an assault and battery firearm. This incident occurred at 5 a.m. Now, if we can go back to when you were before this council back in November, I believe, November 19, 2008, I was going to restrict your hours to 12 midnight. And on the record, and here's the conversation from the November 19th City Council, and at that time there were only 2 calls for service during a 6-month period of your review of condition. And it wasn't until after we approved you fully that the calls for service spiked, which lets me know that there was a complete breakdown, or there was a facade. The mask came off after you received your full license, Mr. Jacobs. It says the applicant was pleased with the positive turnaround resulting from the efforts made to rid the center. You said to rid the center. Today you're saying it was the community that had the problem of the negative element. This business has been changed to a blues bar. In your words, Mr. Jacobs, this business has been changed to a blues bar, and past problems are no longer an issue. A majority of the revenue stems from business during the hours of 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. And looking at the calls for service, Mr. Jacob, if you'll refer to tab number 4 or 5 in your backup, the calls for service, whether it's the Metro coming around doing bar checks or the calls for service at this location, they're all between the hours of 12 a.m. and 5 a.m. Go figure. He confirmed for the councilman that he was his own personal on-site security. Once again, going back to the security issue, you were going to monitor it. A breakdown once again. And these individuals that you hired had previous experience. Hiring a licensed security firm would cause a major financial hardship, and place such a condition is unreasonable when he has clearly proven himself. These are the minutes from the clerk from your comments on that date.
Sir,
Mr.
can I
Jacobs,
answer?
no, you may not.
We got to wind this up
because I'm going to wind it up, Mayor.
No, I'm just saying we have a time. We may have a time situation that we have to get
It's
this
fine.
done by
I'll
1
get
o'clock.
right to the point, Mayor.
All right.
Thank you.
Very good.
Mr. Jacobs, you are not suited and fit to receive a special use permit to operate your business in Ward 5. I work very, very diligent as a representative of this ward to turn all negative elements around so that we can continue to improve and build upon the great successes that we've had. Development and redevelopment is what I'm all about. And when in fact there's a business such as yours that is not doing right, it brings a very dark cloud over the ward in which I represent. And a lot of the information that you shared today was very condescending to this council, and I take grave concern to your comments. So with that, my recommendation to the council is to deny your license at this location, and that will be my motion at this time, Mayor and Council.
All right, let's vote on that, please.
Before the vote, Your Honor, I want to make sure, just a slight clarification, that would be revocation of the existing liquor license at the location for Paradise Lounge. And have Mr. DiFiore just clarify it.
The revocation of the license at Paradise Lounge. That will be my motion.
Mayor and Council, it would be revocation of all licenses at the Paradise Lounge, which includes the tavern and gaming, miscellaneous sales license, coin amusement license, retail tobacco license, and a general handbill license. It would affect all of those licenses.
That will be my motion. Thank you.
For the record, those are listed in the complaint.
Fine, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is not done, Mr. Barlow. We're going to take this to court. And
Look forward to it.
We'll fight it in court.
Look forward to it.
Because you are wrong, sir.
Look forward to it.
All right. Now, Ms. Bridges, what do we do?
We go to this script right here.
Do you need time?
No.
Okay,
This one
fine.
I don't.
All right. The morning session will remain open, and I will now call the December 2nd, 2009 special Joint City Council Redevelopment Agency meeting to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We will now hear all discussion and comments on Council Item Number 50, Bill Number 2009-50, and items number 3 through 8 on the special joint meeting at the same time. Mr. Jerbick, would you please read Bill Number 2009-50 for the record?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2009-50, an ordinance designated by the short title 2009 City Hall Lease Purchase Agreement Ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a lease purchase agreement and related agreements in effect the financing of a new city hall, making certain findings in connection therewith, ratifying action previously taken pertaining to the foregoing by the city and its officers and employees, and providing other matters relating thereto.
All right, Mr. Steed, I understand that you have an amendment. Where's Mr. Steed?
That's a good question. I think he's on his way down, Your Honor.
Well, let him hurry. In the meantime, Councilman Ross, I believe you have a disclosure.
I do, Your Honor. Thank you very much. On Agenda Item 50, this item directly relates to the development of the new City Hall. As Secretary-Treasurer of the Southern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council, the building trades is currently in negotiations with Forest City to secure union jobs for union members on that project. For that reason, I am disclosing and abstaining from voting on Agenda Item 50.
Mr. Steed? Very good. I understand you have an amendment to the bill, Mr. Steed?
Yes, on page 4 in Section 8, I believe there's reference to the bill having gone to recommending committee meeting, and a similar reference on page 11 in the affidavit of the clerk. This bill was passed directly from its introduction last meeting to consideration today without going to recommending committee meeting, so we would remove that language in a First Amendment, also indicating that because it didn't go to recommending committee, there has been no public hearing on the bill, so it would be appropriate to hear that, to take public comment today, which you probably intended to do anyway.
That's correct. All right, thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to read the items in for the record. Number 3 is R83-2009, discussion and possible action regarding a City of Las Vegas resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, the RDA, regarding the owner participation agreement between the RDA and LiveWork LLC, FC Vegas 20 LLC, and FC Vegas 39 LLC for the future development of the Block Project, a mixed-use office and retail complex of buildings on a 5-block assemblage between Lewis and Garces Avenues and Main Street and Casino Center Boulevard in Ward 3. This item is related to item 4. Item 4 is RA 19-2009, discussion and possible action regarding a redevelopment agency resolution, finding that the project known as the Block Project, subject to an owner participation agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, the RDA, and Live Work LLC, FC Vegas 20 LLC, and FC Vegas 39 LLC, located on a 5-block assemblage between Lewis and Garces Avenues and Main Street and Casino Center Boulevard, is in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the redevelopment plan, and authorizing the chairman of the RDA to execute the agreement. Ward 3, and this is related to item 3, R 83-2009. Number 5 is discussion and possible action regarding a City of Las Vegas interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, the RDA, and the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, as it relates to the RDA's intent to pay a portion of the debt on the new City Hall if and when those funds are available, pertaining to wards 1, 3, and 5, and this item is related to item number 6. Number 6 is discussion and possible action regarding a redevelopment agency interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, the RDA, and the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, as it relates to the RDA's intent to pay a portion of the debt on the new City Hall if and when those funds are available, wards 1, 3, and 5, and this item is related to item number 5. Number 7 is R 84-2009, discussion and possible action regarding a City of Las Vegas resolution finding that the proposed real estate exchange by and between City Parkway Roman numeral 4A, Inc., and PQ Las Vegas, LLC, for a parcel located in the area bounded by Main Street, First Street, Lewis Avenue, and Clark Avenue for the parcel known as PQ in Symphony Park is in the best interest of the public. That pertains to Ward 3 and 5, and that item is related to item number 8. Number 8 is R 85-2009, discussion and possible action on a City of Las Vegas resolution regarding the execution and delivery of the joint approval certificate, exchange and parcel PQ development agreement, and related agreements concerning the City Hall project and parcel PQ project, approving the execution and delivery of related agreements and documents by City Parkway 4A, Inc., City Parkway 5, Inc., and Office District Park 1, Inc., ratifying actions previously taken and pertaining to the foregoing by the city, its officers and employees, and providing for other matters related thereto, and this pertains to Ward 3 and 5, and that item is related to item number 7, which is R 84-2009. We will now take, do you want to take public comment now or a presentation?
I think we're going to move to their presentation.
Very good. What I'd like to do now is I'd like to hear from city staff as to your position concerning the aforementioned items, and we'll start off with Mr. Vincent.
Before you do, Your Honor.
Yes.
Again.
You have to do it again?
On agenda items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 of the agenda of this special meeting directly relate to the development of a new City Hall. Again, as Secretary-Treasurer of the Southern Nevada Building Construction Trades Council, the building trades are currently in negotiations with Forest City to secure union jobs for union members on this project. For that reason, Your Honor, I am disclosing and abstaining from voting on all of these items.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilor Ross. All right. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services. We have a presentation today. Bill's going to start it off, and I'll be in the middle, and Scott will clean it up for us. But this whole presentation, this whole deal today, was contingent upon our ability to sell the certificates of participation bonds. And so I'm here before you today to tell you we had a very successful sale this morning. Remarkably, we were oversubscribed by 53%, so there was a lot of interest, apparently. Certainly the Build America Bonds portion of this is a big reason for that. So let me just let you know that, and we'll cover this in the presentation, but we did have a successful sale. The all-in true interest cost was about 5.26, about 3 basis points higher than what we thought it might be a few days ago. Still certainly within the realm of a great deal. So we're essentially paying what is almost like GO rates on a certificate of participation lease purchase deal. So we think that's a big deal. Before Bill starts, let me just...
That is a big deal. I also want to state, I believe the response which we received on the sale of these bonds is extraordinary. in the economic framework that we face today. I think it's a real bright spot as far as the way people think about Las Vegas, Nevada, that we are a place that they have security in which to invest. And the bottom line really is we were looking to sell $175 million worth of these bonds on these projects, and we had offers to buy $267 million worth of bond, and that's a feather in this community's cap. Go ahead, Mr. Vince.
Just to tie into that, obviously there's a lot of investment folks out there that are still bullish on Las Vegas despite us being in the throes of our recession. Just for the record, this is the COPS Notes Certificate Purchase Agreement, the final lease purchase agreement, and indenture of trust, and I'll give these to the clerk, and then we'll let Bill proceed.
Very good. We'll make that part of the record, Ms. Bridges.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I ask Mark just to put on the record, I know we are where we are in standing with those who evaluate our ability to repay, and where we are in comparison to the other local entities as far as minding our money business well.
Sure, be happy to. We are our GO, our basic GO rate is AA. Across the board, which is fairly high. It's fairly high in the investment rate.
For those watching, could you just explain GO?
General obligation bonds are the cheapest bonds you can sell. They're bonds that you would sell pledging the full faith and credit of the city. In those circumstances, full faith and credit means that the city would use whatever means possible to pay those bonds back, including could be forced to raise property tax rates in order to pay those bonds back. What we sold this morning were certificates of participation with a non-appropriation clause in them. We cannot be forced by the bondholders to raise property tax rates to pay those bonds, and the bonds are subject to a non-appropriation clause. If we were to be in another double-dip recession or a Great Depression and we were close to bankruptcy and we needed to walk away from that lease, we legally could do so, but that is certainly not our intent, and we will be treating these bonds as if they are obviously obligations of the City of Las Vegas, which is they are, and we'll account for them in that fashion. But when you compare our credit rating to other local governments in Nevada, we have the highest. There's at least one other city that has a similar rating, but we have the highest rating of the city governments in Nevada.
But we also rank very well as far as our percentage of use of the monies.
Yes, when you look at our debt per capita or our debt as a percent of assessed value, we are the lowest in both categories. With this new issue, I apologize, I haven't had time to recalculate that, but we'll be either still be the lowest or maybe the second to lowest in the state of Nevada. So we have a lot of debt capacity, and certainly the investors and the bond raters recognize that. So that's part of the reason why I'm sure that was a contributor to the successful sale this morning.
I knew that information, but I wanted you to repeat it for the audience that's here, also for those who are watching, because I think it shows that certainly over a period of time, your office, the city council members, whoever were there at the time or who are here now, have really tried to follow the best we can financially, and to rank that highly per capita throughout the whole entire state, I think is an excellent accolade for you.
Well, I think it's a reflection on the council, the mayor and council. Obviously, you set the policies, and you've been the ones that have been willing to make the hard decisions. We just tee them up for you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the councilwoman's observations. What I would like to see happen is to have the presentation, and then if the council members have any questions or comments at that time, I think it would be appropriate, because we do have a time limitation here. By 1 o'clock, the bond market closes in New York City, and we have to take action if, in fact, this project is going to be approved by that time. So I'm going to try to move it along the best I know how. I don't want to be rude to anybody, but we have to move this along because of the realities of life. So, Mr. Vincent, why don't you, are you through? You did a great job. Mr. Aaron.
I'll be back.
Tell me you've got to be fast today.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arntz, Director, Office of Business Development. I'm going to be very brief and outline a project summary, going over a development update, a budget recap, and an overview of the entire transaction. Mark will come back and explain the financial option which we selected for the project, which is the COPS, and show you the actual payments, the lease payments that are required for the project for City Hall. And then Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer Scott Adams is going to finish talking about risk analysis, the economic impact of the project, and then recap the council items which you're considering today. As far as a development update, just to update you, our building plans for City Hall have been approved by the reviewing agencies within the city, as well as the utilities. So it essentially is permit ready. So subject to your vote today, the project is ready to proceed. We do expect to close on the financing if you vote approval today in a matter of about 2 weeks. And so we could actually be under construction at the beginning of next year. You may recall that we're handling the garage for the City Hall separately, where we're going to be financing that using a medium-term obligation that's already been sold. The design process is well underway and near completion, and so that project, the construction of the garage, will mirror the construction of the City Hall and be ready for the opening of the new City Hall project. We've also secured a guaranteed maximum price. Forest City and Live Work, our developer, has worked very aggressively with Whiting Turner on making sure we get the most bang for the buck that we can, and we do have a guaranteed maximum price, which ensures that the project will be built on time and on budget. I want to spend a minute just recapping our project costs, the sources of funds, and then the total project cost for the project. At the top of this slide, you see several line items. Those are the sources of funds for the project. Their certificate of participation, what was sold this morning, will yield proceeds for the project in the amount of $137 million. There are some internal service funds and grants from the city in the amount of $6 million. We had remaining project funds because the first phase of infrastructure work at Symphony Park came in under budget, and we allocated $5.1 million from that project for this project. We had a capital fund balance in the city of $4 million, and then some general funds of $5 million. You see that being a total sources of funds of $157,100,000. That sources of funds is against the total project costs. You directed staff to try to keep the total budget under $150 million, and we've succeeded in that. The total project cost of $146,248,000 is less than the sources of funds, and so we actually have a budget savings, or in other words, a surplus of the amount of funds that we have available of $10.8 million. We're recommending that we hold that as an owner-directed contingency, but in the event that we stay on target with the project, those remaining funds identified on the slide as budget savings could be returned back to the funding source. Again, to mention the hard construction contract with Whiting Turner, that's coming in at roughly about $98 million, and then the overall hard construction costs of about $105.6 million. So that hard construction cost of $105.6 million is a component of the $146 million. The rest is going to design, engineering, utility relocation, but we've really gotten a really good partnership with Forest City and with Whiting Turner, and I'd like to thank both of them for their effort on working on our behalf to keep the project at a reasonable cost. Finally, I'm going to just go over a transaction overview. You've seen this slide before, or a version of it. Really, the transaction stayed the same with one exception, and I'll touch on that. We have a master development agreement, which the City Council approved back in November of 2008, and it was amended, in May of 2008, and then was amended in November of 2008, May of 2009, and most recently November of 2009. That really was the framework agreement which sets in motion the other four agreements for the project. The City Hall Development Agreement, which is our agreement with Forest City to build the City Hall on our behalf. The importance of that, they're taking on the risk as developer to deliver it on time and on budget, and it includes a completion guarantee, not only from Whiting Turner, but also from Forest City and their parent company. The lease purchase agreement, Mark's going to talk about, that's the financing. As he mentioned, it does include an annual appropriations clause. The exchange and PQ development agreement basically enables us to take ownership of the land for the new project, the new City Hall project, without a cash outlay. We're using our equity that we earned in Symphony Park by exchanging sites, exchanging parcel PQ in Symphony Park for the land underneath City Hall, the new City Hall. And then we actually have a covenant on PQ to get additional development performance from the developer in excess of $7 million, and also to develop the hotel casino project in Symphony Park. And then finally, we have an owner participation agreement, or in other words, a TIF rebate agreement, similar to our other agreements, where we've negotiated a rebate for the private office and retail project proposed by Forest City on land that they owned. It sets a schedule for that development, and really the significance of this is there's no upfront cash investment from the city on the private development. The private development and private equity and debt are paying for that private development. The one new wrinkle, the interlocal between the redevelopment agency and the city, which is one item that you're voting on today, is a mechanism for the redevelopment agency to pledge future tax increment revenue for repayment of the COPS, or the lease or the debt payment. It doesn't obligate the RDA or the city to a specific amount, but it does enable the City Council, acting as Board of Directors for the redevelopment agency, to prioritize the City Hall as a priority project for spending redevelopment agency revenue, future revenue, for repayment of part of the lease payment. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mark, who's going to recap the COPS and then talk about the financing that we were able to achieve today.
All right, Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Bill. When we started this process over a year ago, it seems like, we had the worst case scenario, which we sought approval for from the Debt Management Commission as well as the State Department of Taxation, and that was the upper limit. That would have been sort of the worst case scenario. That assumed interest rates of 7.5%. It assumed we were going to capitalize interest for a 7-year period. That's the approval process that said we could issue up to $267 million of debt. That's not what we're doing today. Today we're contemplating issuing $185 million worth of debt. So you can see the worst case scenario what we are today. GO revenue bonds, we talked about those as being the cheapest way of issuing a debt. At the time when we were putting this together, Build America bonds did not exist, and so we weren't contemplating Build America bonds, and I'll argue today that Build America bonds almost make the COPS notes as cheap as GO. But GO revenue bonds would have been the cheapest alternative. The issue with that, of course, as I mentioned earlier, as Councilwoman Tarkanian asked, general obligation bonds require the full faith and credit of the city. We would have been all in, if you will, and we would have not had any ability to deal with the lease in the event that we go into some sort of deep, dark depression. And that was an option that you did not give us at the time, but we threw that out as the best case benchmark. So we had the worst case and the best case. Along the way through this process, by the way, I should mention, and I didn't do it earlier because the mayor was moving me along, but this has not been an easy sale. This is not an easy transaction. It's very complicated. This has been, dare I say, one of the more difficult financings we've ever put together. We used a team of underwriters, and I want to mention them. We used Stoning Youngbird, who was the lead underwriter for us, Citigroup, and Siebert, Branford, and Shank, a minority underwriting firm. So we used a team of underwriters, and that was a key towards this. But there's been a lot of folks involved, a lot of attorneys, our bond counsel, our financial advisors. Not been an easy thing to do. Along the way, we weren't sure we were going to be able to sell the COPS notes. They're not always easy to sell when you have a non-appropriation clause on a certificate of participation. And so we started looking at potentially other financing, and a bank was brought to us, Natixis Bank, as a potential source. What they had proposed to us was sort of a variable rate. I say it's a quasi-variable rate fixed rate. The end result would be that our initial payments were going to be approaching the worst-case DMC approval level, with the potential that we would get a credit back at the end of the refinancing and be able to take some reserve money and buy down that debt. It was a process that would have worked. It had some advantages to it in the sense that we weren't going to need an underwriter, and it was more of a sure deal, but we felt financially it was a higher risk alternative, and it was not one we were recommending. And that brought us to here we are with the ERA Act, and all of a sudden having access to Build America bonds, and as I've already indicated, that almost produces a net interest rate that's very close to what you would get on a GO debt. And so this is the recommendation we're making today for you. And the third item there under the COPS, we had talked about potentially doing some supplemental funding somewhere down the road. In all the cases when we were talking about capitalizing interest for 7 years to get the payments 4 through 7 down to $2 million a year, that's an expensive proposition. Those are going to be taxable bonds we'd have to sell on top of these bonds we're talking about today, and we've run some scenarios since then. I've shared those with you already. That indicates that we really don't need to do that supplemental bond based on our current forecasting. And so while it's something that we may look at or may need to look at this point we don't think it's certainly not cost worthy for us to do that, and we don't think there's going to be need for that anyway, so I'll mention that. And of course the final alternative is it remains, we can do nothing. We can wait and not sell these bonds and not move forward with the project. A couple corrections on the slide as of this morning. The COPS are 30-year term. COP stands for Certificates of Participation, and the BAB stands for Build America Bonds. The Build America Bonds, essentially what we're selling is taxable bonds, and so the interest that the bondholders get on these bonds will be taxable. To the extent they pay their taxes, the federal government then rebates 35% back to us. And so we're taking that in as revenue to help us pay for the net, for the gross lease payment, so we'll have a net lease payment. The all-in true interest cost is not 5.23, it's 5.26. It's gone up about 3 basis points, but that's pretty negligible. The annual lease payment will average out to 13.6 million. The initial payment we'll have in 2013, which would be 3.5 million interest only net, and then there'll be 3 years in a row from 14, 15, and 16. Those fiscal years, the interest payment will be about 9.3 million. And then starting in fiscal year 17, it'll be 13.4, and it will vary as we move forward. So just want to get those corrections on the record. Again, with Build America bonds, it's a very low interest rate. Again, we don't have a general obligation pledge, which is not to say these aren't an obligation of the city. We'll treat it like a debt. But it's not a GO debt, which is the reason why it didn't get rated at, this credit was rated at AA minus, not AA. And the reason for that downgrade, one tick, is because this credit doesn't have the full faith and credit backing of the city. And the ERA credits actually come out to be 100.5 million in credit. So over the term, if we were to keep these bonds and not refinancing over the term, we will get $100.5 million in credits back from the U.S. Treasury as part of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act for the Build America Bonds tax credits. And the cons, we're past all that because at this point we've marketed the bonds, we've got our orders, and I've already talked about the issue of whether or not we would have to issue any supplemental revenue bonds. At this point, we don't think we would have to at all. And I think Bill already mentioned the fact that we have the RDA City Interlocal Agreement that addresses the issue of, to the extent that we have revenues, either TIF or land sale revenues available, those can, with your direction, be used towards the general fund to help pay for this lease.
Thank you very much. Mr. Adams?
Good morning. Scott Adams, Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer. I think what I'd like to do now is just bring out a few closing thoughts as you move forward and consider approval on this project. I think in some of the prior briefings, a number of questions have come up, and I wanted to address some of the issues that have been raised as we move forward from a standpoint of you're considering this from a risk analysis standpoint. First of all, and these are some points that we've made in the past, but I really want to bring them to a head today because I think they're important as you deliberate. One of the questions that was asked previously is, what is the worst case here? What would be the worst case scenario? And I think perhaps under that crystal ball, it might be if Forest City were to withdraw in the project. If that event were to happen, our documents have been constructed, and I want to give a lot of thanks to our entire legal team on this. We've been very, very well represented by our internal counsel, Terry Panicella, and the whole city attorney's office, as well as Nick Niarchos, our outside counsel, and many of our other attorneys who have helped create and craft some very, very tight documents. So one of the things that we've got is the contract between Forest City and Whiting and Turner is assignable to us. So if for some reason Forest City were to go away, we can step right in to the contract with Whiting and Turner using the proceeds of sale and continue to build City Hall as though Forest City weren't there. The other thing that was of great concern during our discussions and negotiations is, as you know, we're seeing great instability in land values. And so one of the things we did in the transaction was make the swap occur up front. Early on, it was going to occur downstream, and the concern we had was we wanted to guarantee that we get the equity out of parcel PQ against the acquisition of the new site for City Hall. So we're going into escrow if you approve this, we will go into escrow with the closing of the swap, and at the completion of City Hall, we exchange sites. That guarantees that we get our equity out of the parcel PQ against the City Hall site. It also guarantees we get that difference in value. I think we mentioned previously there's a $7 million difference in value that's in our favor that we have now in these documents placed as a covenant on parcel PQ that will guarantee we always get that. Now, our attorneys who have look at things that from a probability standpoint said in the extremely unlikely event we don't perfect that swap, we have long-term leases backing up the swap. We're exchanging 75-year leases. So we'll have those to back up the swap. And the other thing is that you hold control of parcel PQ. If, under that worst-case scenario, Forest City were to back out, the land gets sold to somebody else, that covenant that we're placing on parcel PQ controls the use of PQ, but you also act not just as a party to the transaction, but you're the city council and you approve land use control changes on property. So you have land use control of parcel PQ all the way through. And then finally, a point is that, and I think Mark alluded to this, we've structured the financing on this to give us anywhere from 4 to 7 years of a reasonable period to allow for an economic recovery before we start to realize the effect of full payments on this transaction. Some other points that I think you need to consider, and these are points we've made previously, and there's some new ones. The current
Excuse me, Mr. Adams, that's 4 to 7 years after the City Hall is completed.
That's 4 to 7 years from the closing of COPS.
Right.
From the closing of COPS.
Okay.
Right. This month.
That's now.
That's
right.
As soon as we close, because that's when we start our obligation against repayment. We're in this moment of time. It's incredible because, literally 3 or 4 months ago, we were very concerned there was going to be a feasible transaction here. We figured out with the underwriters how to use Build America bonds and have now completed a successful sale. And we have this moment in time where we have achieved a very, very low attractive interest rate. There is no guarantee what those interest rates will be if you wait and see on this. There is no guarantee what that future will bring. And there is also a one-time opportunity for the use of Build America bonds under the stimulus bill. Under the stimulus bill, they go away in December of next year. There's that window of time where a lot of things happened under the stimulus bill, and this is one of those things. Furthermore, we've been giving the pros and cons. There is the risk of pledging future general fund tax revenues. But we've been very transparent about that from the very beginning. But along with that, you have an RDA interlocal agreement that backstops that such that as we continue to build momentum in the downtown redevelopment program, create new tax increment revenues, we're going to be able to see the redevelopment agency pick more and more of that lease payment and debt up. Now, we've recognized there is no guarantee that the TIF and land sale revenues that we've talked about all along will cover those payments. But I'll get to this in a minute. I think you'll see that the probability of success here of realizing some revenue towards that is very, very high. The other thing is proceeding keeps Forest City vested downtown. We have worked for years now to engage with investment-grade, high-quality partners in our redevelopment program downtown. Forest City is clearly one of those. They are still here, standing with us at our side in the midst of one of the worst, if not the worst, real estate recessions in American history. And they're still with us, moving forward with us on this transaction. Proceeding keeps them vested downtown and keeps them moving forward on their project. And then finally, if you delay, will that cause a redevelopment backslide? And let me use this diagram to kind of point some of that out and make some further points. We've done a lot over the last 5 to 10 years in realizing a dramatic change in our downtown and redevelopment. There's a lot of momentum going forward. This project is, I think it's almost a misnomer to call it a City Hall project. I was going to bring over the documents with me to the dais. I have a 6-inch binder of documents that you've all been given copies of. And you don't get that level of documentation in our transaction documents for just a City Hall. The reason why it's such a complex transaction is there's actually 4 transactions. And we've been negotiating the development of a parcel PQ, the development of a new City Hall, the development of a block project, and then more recently we've been looking at what happens to the old City Hall site behind us. So let me walk through this map that I've got up on the screen. Councilman Wilson, at the last briefing, you asked if we would put all this information on one map so that we could graphically show the economic impact information as it's proposed geographically throughout downtown. So let me start with the green on the map. On the green site on the map is where the current City Hall is located.
And I think it's important at this time that the letter that the Mayor Pro Tem wants to read into the record, which will pertain to that green site, be placed in the record. So I'm going to ask the Mayor Pro Tem to read the letter.
Yes. This letter was written to Councilman Star-Wils Anthony, who I asked him his permission to put this in the record today. It was through Scott Adams that we, the other council members, received this letter also. At our previous meeting when we were dealing with the Cordish group, a question was asked of them, is it important at this time to your group to get this City Hall site for your development of an arena and entertainment center downtown? And Mr. Tellis was a little bit vague in his answer. Real quick, I'd like to read this letter. This is one of the issues raised when we met in your office with the future of the current City Hall site and whether the Cordish companies would be willing to proceed with the arena development and entertainment district without the land under the city building. As I mentioned during our meeting, without the City Hall land available for development, the scope of the project would be drastically altered, and because of the potentially significant impact on the development, all of the partners would need to consider and weigh in on the issue. I further stated during the public hearing that we should consider the issue. Since the vote to move or not move the City Hall is quickly approaching, it seemed prudent to consider this issue sooner than later and to expedite the portion of our feasibility analysis. Based upon our initial analysis, we have concluded the removal of the City Hall building is critical to the Cordish Company's involvement in the full and complete build-out of the arena, entertainment district, and hotel casino. Without its removal, there simply is not enough room to program the various uses and have the district function in a successful manner. As it stands, the arena and entertainment district footprint on the 12 acres adjacent to the City Hall site is very tight. Without the availability of the City Hall site, the functionality of the arena adjoining Entertainment District and its future expansion would be critically impaired. Please do not hesitate to contact me on this issue if you have any further questions, and is signed by Port Tallis, Development Director of the Cordish Company, Inc. Thank you.
And would you make that part of the record, please? All right, I'm sorry for the interruption.
That's okay.
I thought that was the appropriate
Yes,
response.
I appreciate that. I think the important point to make here is that at the time the idea for conceiving this swap and working with the Live Work Las Vegas group was generated, we were actually looking at expanding our existing city hall. And I think the notion was, if we're going to build a new city hall, how can we do it in a way to maximize the use of the city's real estate assets? So really this project is much more than just a city hall. It's a catalyst for essentially a new redevelopment program going forward downtown. And by moving City Hall away from that green site, the current location, you make a major project like Cordish is planning available on that former site. Now where it's moving to is on the yellow side. And we've indicated on that map with a diagram the location on the 5th block of the new City Hall. By moving it into that site, it becomes a catalyst for the 5 blocks of the Live Work Las Vegas development planned by Forest City. Their intent is then to leverage on that, along with the new intermodal bus terminal, to build about 900,000 square feet of new office space and ground floor retail space in that development. So as part of this transaction, we were negotiating a development agreement for the City Hall itself, which directly generates jobs, but also negotiating how that 5-block development works, what the city can do to facilitate that development. Now, we didn't want to have to pay cash for that City Hall site. So we said, let's swap for it using the equity we already have in the land that we own at Symphony Park. This is not a new concept. We just didn't invent this for this project. In fact, it's not new to the city of Las Vegas. We actually swapped years ago land to get Symphony Park using equity from another site we own. In fact, there's numerous cities around the United States, Orlando being one, that have done similar swaps with private developers to get new city halls. So that was the concept behind this. Making that swap means we didn't have to pay cash for that site, and it also vests Forest City in parcel PQ on Symphony Park. And that then puts in place that remaining piece of the complex, multifaceted transaction. Now Forest City has equity in parcel PQ. The clock is running on that equity. And so their intent is to build a 1,000-room casino hotel, more than $1 billion investment that would drive the northern end of Symphony Park. I think the other thing that I should point out is that the Regional Transportation Commission is moving forward with their new intermodal terminal. That would be in one of the other 5 blocks in the Live Work Las Vegas project, which makes the blue site available for redevelopment around the old post office building on the post office block, which is where we're planning our mob museum. So, in essence, there are 5 projects leveraged by one transaction. There's a new city hall that directly creates construction jobs, creates a catalyst and new vitality, and 4 other developments. The City Hall Arena site, the Live Work Las Vegas development, the Parcel PQ Casino Hotel, and the development by CIM Group on the post office block around the existing post office. In total, when you look at how that generates new real estate taxes, that would create new TIF of somewhere in the range of $16 to $20 million and jobs of over 13,000 jobs. A number of cities that might be doing a transaction like this might be only leveraging one. We have 4 private developments that are being leveraged. The probability in moving forward of one of those 4 projects happening is very, very high. and being able to use the revenue from one of those projects against the payments of City Hall under the interlocal agreement that's under consideration before you today. Another thing I wanted to point out, we, several weeks ago, commissioned John Restrepo, to look at how many jobs it actually takes in the private sector in our redevelopment program downtown to support one city employee, under the notion that there's an economic impact of private sector job creation, and that it's the private sector and the activities of the private sector that nourishes and sustains the public sector. Their analysis showed that for every 37 private sector construction jobs, you can sustain one city employee. For 18 permanent jobs in the private sector, you can sustain one city employee. So there's even a direct nexus in moving forward to sustaining the viability of city government. We're in the midst of doing economic development and doing redevelopment for that reason. That is the public purpose that we're establishing here today. And I wanted to make that point because one of the items that's under consideration under your joint agenda is a resolution making that public purpose finding. And I can't emphasize more just how much catalytic job generation, private investment is generated out of this one transaction that leverages 5 different projects. In closing, I wanted to just quickly outline the items. You have a hefty joint agenda here, and I just wanted to very quickly go over what it is that's before you under consideration today. City Council item number 50 is what we've been referring to as the Omnibus COPS ordinance. That is the ordinance that when you pass authorizes the issuance of the COPS, and it ties to the transaction documents. By approving that, you're approving COPS and referencing all of the transaction documents that are a part of that transaction. But there is also an owner participation agreement for TIF financing for the block project, so there's a city resolution for that, and there's an RDA resolution for that. You've approved many of these previously on numerous projects, like the World Market Center, the Mulaski Corporate Center, and a few other projects. There's also a new interlocal agreement that we've referenced that backstops your lease payments on the new City Hall. There's a resolution of the RDA for that interlocal agreement. There's a city resolution approving that interlocal agreement. And then I think I just mentioned that under the new state law, whenever we do a land transaction, in this case we're doing an exchange, we have to now make new public purpose findings that find that that exchange is in the public's best interest. And we're doing that under this resolution, which is joint agenda item number 7. And then finally, there's sort of an omnibus resolution of the City Council that approves all of the transaction documents in their entirety and what's called a joint approval certificate. Under the original master development agreement that you approved under this project, we referenced that at the tail end of this project, when we've determined that it's feasible, we know we can build it under budget, and all the feasibility issues are worked out, we know we can finance it, we would issue a joint approval certificate. It's jointly approved by Forest City and the city that says we're going to move forward with the project. So that gets approved in that resolution as well. So those are the items that you have under consideration for you today. And that's the end of staff's presentation.
All right, very good. Before we turn it over to the council for questions of staff, I'd like to make a statement which I think is, at least in my perspective, probably the essence of what we're here for today. This transaction, if approved, will be the keystone of a new downtown in conjunction with what's happened on the west side of the railroad tracks at Symphony Park. To me, it's critical that we pass this because it gives us, as has been pointed out by Mr. Adams in particular, the ability to create over and this is with a B, $4 billion worth of construction in the downtown. $4 billion worth of construction. It will create over 13,000 permanent jobs. The City Hall in and of itself will not start construction 2 years from now, 3 years from now, but next month. It would put... When the construction is in full bloom, there will be 800 to 1,000 construction workers employed in the community. And this is a capital project. But the most important capital that this community has is its human capital. Sometimes we forget that with the bricks and the mortar. But it's the human capital that we're trying to protect as much as anything else by creating jobs. About 2 weeks ago, I had one of my coffees with the mayor. And a young woman, I don't know, I think she's here today, is Ms. Clark here? Come on up, Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark said she'd be nervous if I called her up here, but I think it's important that we put a face with what we're talking about, so when those who are considering whether or not we're doing the right thing sees a woman who approached me at a coffee with the mayor, and when she sat down, her eyes welled up with tears, and she said that her husband was in the building trades, in particular a plumber, that his employment out at City Center was coming to an end, and that she was vitally concerned whether or not she would be able to pay the mortgage, feed the family, and to continue to live in this community. So I thought it was important to ask you here today. And you asked me, did you not? You said, Mayor, please create work for my husband. Have I represented it correctly?
Yes, you have.
Would you like to add anything else?
I just urge you guys to please push this through, because my husband's local has over 700 people on the list. And those people have been out of work for a very long time. I took a phone call about a month ago from his local asking for food collections because people were running out of food. They were running out of their employment. Their unemployment benefits were running out, and people were starting to go hungry. And I know that there's a lot of unions that have a lot more people on their list than what Local 525 has. And so I just urge you guys to please help us.
And the way we help is to create jobs for the people in our community. That's the bottom line, and that's what government is all about, because we're supposed to preserve and protect the public good. That's the oath that we took, and that's the issue that's before us today. And with that, I thank you very much for coming down here. I did not want to embarrass you, but I think it's important that we humanize this. This isn't some abstract situations of bricks and mortar. These are human beings who are being involved, and this is our way of a mini stimulus to make sure that our community will succeed and be able to go on. And if the rest of the world has confidence in us as far as buying the bonds, then we better have confidence in ourselves. It's that simple.
Thank you.
I would like to reserve some time at the end of the comments to make a few more comments. I just thought it was important today at this time to recognize our supporters. When we started this process many months ago, I remember looking out there and we seen all these laborers out there supporting us. And at the time, we was having some other concerns with the culinary union, which have been ironed out today. But again, though, it's important to me that we let the people know that we have representatives from the sheet metal workers, the laborers, the electrical workers, the roofers, iron workers, plumbers and pipe fitters, bricklayers, teamsters, painters, and allied trades, as well as carpenters. I don't know whether they're all represented here still, but I think we all deserve to give them a big round of applause for themselves. I think it's important. Thank you. I think it's important that we as a council support those people that supported us. Thank you.
And we also have with us, so the record is complete, we have a lot of important people here, citizens of our community. You're all important to us. And I'm not going to point you out by names, but there's some folks in a representative capacity who are here who I think we have to at least recognize, and if they want to address us, recognizing the time constraints, that will definitely be considered. We have Summer Hollingsworth. Summer is the president of the Nevada Development Authority. We've got Mr. Steve Hill representing the Chamber of Commerce. We have Don Snyder representing the Smith Center of Performing Arts. We have Dick Geyer representing the Arts District, and I must have left out a dozen other people at least who have representative roles here, but all of those people are here today in support of this project because they love the community as well as the council members.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
I just wanted to ask two quick questions, if I could.
Certainly.
I know this project will create much-needed jobs for our community, and I see many of the members of those unions here. But it's my understanding there's a project labor agreement in the works, and I'm happy to hear about this, but I want to emphasize something that I've emphasized before in our public meetings, and that is that we hire local labor. And I mean that. The city of Las Vegas is taking a chance on this. Anytime you go for something big, there's always some chance involved. But the city of Las Vegas is doing this for the city's residents, and that, I just want to reemphasize that again. Secondly, I wanted to ask if we have monies from that need to come, if it comes up later, and I know this is highly unexpected, but if something needed to come from the general fund, there'd be a vote on that, right? Before anything came that would have to come from any additional funds that we talked about here.
Yes, for the record, Mark Vincent again. The project's fully funded with the issuance of these bonds. There shouldn't be anything else relative to this project. And as I explained with the certificates of participation, you'll have an item on your agenda every year to fund the annual net lease payment. So.
And I mention that because we want to help our laborers in the construction industry. We also want to help our laborers here in City Hall, and I don't want to see any problems occur there, so that would not be occurring.
It should not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other... well, I'd like if there are any statements that the council wants to make at this point, and then we'll hear from the public. All right. Councilman Anthony. Councilman Anthony, then Councilman Bartlett.
Thank you, Mayor. This is this will probably be the last time we vote on this item today, whether it goes up or down. But I just want to state my case. I am going to continue to vote no on this project. I just wanted to state my case one more time on why I'm doing that. And obviously, the majority will speak today, and we'll go along with the majority, and we'll move on from there. But I know. Talking to Scott Adams and Mr. Vincent, the City Hall project has been around for, discussion for about 4 years now. And 4 years ago was a completely different time. Things were great. Nobody was expecting a recession. Things were glowing, and I may have gone along with it too back then. This is a different world today. It's just a different world. And like you mentioned, this is risk management. And in my opinion, in this particular time, this is way too risky of a project to take on. I just want to give you my reasons behind that. The bond that we're going to be taking on it's a 30-year bond, and once you put in the principal, interest, and fees, it comes out to about $350 million. So we're going to be taking on a debt of $350 million. And when I first came on the City Council, I was continually told this will not be taxpayer money paying for this bond. It will be redevelopment authority money. It will not be general fund money. Well, that's not the case today. The forecast today is for the general fund to make these payments because the redevelopment authority budget is going to be in pretty bad shape for a while. So for a time period, the general fund is going to be paying for this until the redevelopment can help out because of the agreement. I don't know when that is. That could be 3-4 years from now. It could be 15 years from now. So But for a period of time, we are going to be using general fund money to pay for that. And those are the exact same funds we use to provide services to our residents for the operating costs of the City Hall. And it doesn't fit with me. And we did have a pretty good presentation last week, or 2 weeks ago. And this is what I got out of the economic outlook. You mentioned 4 to 7 years for this to turn around. What turn around means, I don't know what that means, but 4 to 7 years for things to even get better. Foreclosures in Las Vegas, 1 in 20, compared to 135 in the United States. It was interesting that the gentleman mentioned that the current mess we're in is because we borrowed so much money. Individuals, everybody borrowed money to do projects. Well, that's kind of what we're doing today when that kind of got us in a mess in the first place. Las Vegas is going to be is going to lag the United States in the recovery. An interesting thing that was mentioned was Las Vegas has to diversify our economy so we don't go through this again. Well, this project involves another hotel casino. We're not doing much to diversify the economy there. Again, the next shoe that's going to drop, from what I was told at that presentation, was the commercial industry is going to have a difficult time. Credit cards are going to add to it. So it's going to get worse, what I heard from that particular presentation. In addition to taking on $350 million in debt, we're freezing positions, we're eliminating positions at City Hall, we're laying off employees, we're asking employees to take an 8% pay cut. The shortfall over the next 5 years is going to be $430 million, which is double what it was 6 months ago. So we're shortfall is $430 million, and we're taking on $350 million in debt. Our city manager has told us that our top priority should be fiscal integrity, maintaining critical services, and preserving existing city jobs. This kind of a risk, I think, is going to, we're going to have a tough time with those particular priorities. And the other part that bothers me is because of the situation we're in right now, all current construction projects that are not under design or have not started are going to be delayed. And that includes fire stations, it includes transportation projects, it includes a lot of capital projects that are important to the citizens of Las Vegas, and one of them includes a fire station in Sun City that's critical to the safety of that particular community. And those are jobs that we're going to lose. We can't do those projects. We're going to lose jobs. And in my mind, and this may be a discussion for down the road, in my mind, it might be better to take a smaller Build America bond in order to complete these projects that are going to create jobs and do things for our community. That may be a discussion down the road. Again, the current City Hall meets our needs. It's paid off. Metro's going to be moving out here pretty soon, so there's going to be plenty of room in the building, and we're already spending money moving into the atrium building to house more of our city employees. So just wanted to put that on the record. I still don't think it's the right time to do this, and I'm going to, again, vote no on the project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vincent, do you want to, I thought when Councilwoman Tarkanian asked the question about the general fund, you answered it. Our understanding is that we're not making payments out of the general fund at this time. We're not making any payments for 3 years.
Yeah, the deal contemplates capitalized interest for 3 years. We won't make any payments for 3 years, and in the fourth year, the interest-only payment would be about $3.5 million, and I think I put the rest on the record. So that was how we structured the deal: 3 years of capitalized interest, and then 4 years of interest only. Again, to give time for the recovery to set in, and we believe there will be a recovery. We believe, obviously, the risk is there, but we believe that these projects related to the City Hall move are going to be a catalyst to that recovery.
Right. Well, I said it before, I'm going to say it again, I'm going to stand by it. If we aren't in good shape 5 years from now, we're going to be speaking Mandarin and eating chow mein and calling each other Mr. Kwando.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I would like to learn Mandarin if I could, but aside from that, what I'm asking is, we're not paying anything for 3 years. my understanding was that we would not be taking or requesting anything from the general fund for many years, and that would only be in the sort of a dire emergency, and if that should occur, we vote on it. Now, if I'm wrong, could you tell me, and where does the money, what was that, Mr.? Where is the money coming from starting in the third year to pay the interest?
Okay. Yes. As I've said, we've budgeted for this project as conservatively as we can. We structured the deal as conservatively as we can. While we contemplate, as Scott described, there's at least 4 other projects, and the likelihood of at least one of them bearing fruit is pretty high. The fact is, we don't have that fruit today. There is no tax increment from any of those projects today. There's no land sale proceeds from this facility today. And so we structured the deal again so that there'd be 3 years of capitalized interest, 4 years of interest only, in the hopes that during that period of time, that at least one or more of those projects will bear fruit and produce jobs. As Scott described, private sector jobs are needed to support public sector services. That's just the way that works. And so in my budgeting and all the presentations we've ever given, including the information report that we gave in June, has always said, and we've always budgeted as if it's all coming out of the general fund. Now, the issues with respect to the recession that we're in and the struggles that we're having with our own financial situation are true. We're 2 years into the recession. We may be another 2 to get out. It may be 5 years, another 3 years before we ever get to where we were before the recession. And we've tried to take that into account in our forecasting. But the reality is we have a budget shortfall in fiscal year 2011 with no lease payment, and we're going to have the same shortfall in fiscal year 12 with no lease payment, and the same in fiscal year 13. We have the shortfall today for a different reason. It has nothing to do with City Hall, and you are helping us take action independent of this to deal with that. So,
and I understand the difference between the two. The problems we have in the city we would have if we weren't going into this or not. But my understanding was that the RDA was going to be would be providing the funding before we would even consider the general fund. And then in addition, my understanding is if we suppose we sell this land, that money goes into the general fund. So you would have to take general fund money, but it's not general fund money that we were using within our regular budget. It's the additional income that's coming from the sales. I'm just trying to clarify that because I do feel strongly that we can't take much out of our general fund and maintain our working staff and the services. We're cutting to the bone right now.
We talked about that on, I forget what presentation, it might have been November 18th, I've lost track, about the risk of what happens if none of these projects come to fruition and it's all borne by the general fund. And we've talked about, what does that potentially do to the general fund? And maybe if I give you some history numbers that may help. I mean, there's still risk, and we're talking about managing risk here. In fiscal years 13, 14, 15, the interest-only payment is going to be about 1.7% of our general fund revenues. 1.7% of our general fund revenues. When it goes to full bore at $13.5 million, assuming, again, no revenues coming from land sale proceeds, any tax increment, or any kind of support from the RDA, it would be 2.3% of our general fund revenues. Now, I've represented, when I was asked the question last time, is that too much risk for the city to bear? Again, I'm assuming nothing comes from the RDA. There's no help, no assistance, and I said that I thought that those were manageable numbers. Why did I say that? And so maybe there's another question that needs to be asked. What historically have we taken out of the general fund towards capital projects in the past, even before we hit the recession? And for fiscal years 1999 through 2008, on average, we transferred out 5% of our general fund revenues to fund capital projects. Most of that was parks and recreation, and there was some fire stations and equipment as well. So we have a long history of having the capacity to transfer money out of general fund for capital projects, which is one of the reasons why, we try not to spend every dollar we get in terms of our operations, because some capital projects have to be funded by the general fund. Anyway, the point of that is that when I look at it and I say, 3 years down the road, we're going to be looking at a payment that's going to be about 1.6, 1.7% of our general fund revenues. Do I think we'll be able to handle that? My answer is, yeah, I think we will. I don't think it's unreasonable. And we get lost in this a little bit. Scott's talked about the 4 projects that this could spin off additional jobs, which produce taxes, which feed the economy. But even if those things didn't happen, it's not like we're getting nothing. You're still getting an asset on a piece of land. You're getting it at City Hall. Now, I'm suggesting, again, we didn't suggest that this was a deal all about City Hall, but it's not like we're getting nothing.
You're talking very, very conservatively, right? You're saying that if we didn't do anything, if we didn't sell City Hall, if we didn't have this, none of these would come through, then you would need to go into the general fund.
Right. The Bill Arndt talked about it earlier. We've added this new interlocal agreement between the city and the RDA. And the purpose of that agreement is... Oh.
The slide.
Yeah,
the slide. Go back to the slide.
Click back to the agreements. That agreement gives the council and the RDA boards, which is you all, the ability to decide how much, when those revenues are available from the RDA, be it land sale proceeds, be it tax increment revenues, when those are available, you can decide how much of that goes to the general fund to help support the lease payment. I have budgeted as if none of it's going to be there, because that was the most conservative thing for me to do. You've asked repeatedly from the very beginning, what's the worst case scenario? I've budgeted this as if it's the worst case scenario, that there's no revenues from any of these projects, and the general fund has to bear the burden.
Okay, I just wanted to know that, because I think it's very confusing. It was confusing to me when we talked about general fund, because I knew, well, if we sold this, we were going to use it for the other, for our lease in the City Hall and all those other things. But when you say from the general fund, then you're thinking you're taking from what you've already got planned for expenditures. But no, that's just because it has to go into the general fund when we sell it, and then we take it from there.
That is true to the extent that there's revenues coming from the RDA, yes.
From the RDA,
to the extent there aren't any land sale revenues, then yes, the general fund will have to make up that difference.
And that would be a very dire, conservative projection.
I would think so.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow. And I'm not trying to cut you short, but we have about a half an hour left to go.
I only need about 29 minutes.
You got it. Go for it.
Thank you all so very much. And I just want to say that in 2008, I hosted 8 neighborhood meetings throughout my ward, from the west to the east and the north to the south. And I had the privilege of sharing those meetings with our now city manager, Betsy Fredwell. And one of the key components within the slide presentation that I delivered to all of my constituents, to basically educate them and to get their input as it relates to, should we move forward as a council for new City Hall. One of the key components that they bought into was the fact that the RDA was playing a key role in this project, in this development, and the hit to the general fund would be minimal. Should we not sell the current site, the 12 acres, should Forest City walk away? I believe that with the numbers in which you've shared, Mark, specifically the 5% monies that we pulled from the general fund from 1999 to 2008 was 5% versus the 2% or 1.7 I'll just round up to the nearest whole number, 2%, in order to pull from the general fund to move forward with the City Hall. I think that's a very good point that you bring up in that respect. I do have a question in regards to, if you go back one or two slides, you had the COPS, the service funds, the UP site, the UP Phase 1 bonds. Go back one more. It's probably closer to the beginning. Right there. Explain to me the service funds grants, because, of course, and we've been hearing, that nothing's guaranteed. Explain to me what that represents, as well as the UP. What does the UP represent in Phase 1 bonds, as far as the $5.1 million?
Okay, the internal service funds, we have several funds that are set up to accrue dollars to pay for things like our phone system, Channel 2, and things like that. Those funds will have balances that we'll use. They're there for a reason, to provide deferred replacement of those systems. Those are budgeted to provide that same level of support in the new city halls we've been getting in the old city halls. So we're using that as the funding source to build the new phone system, to build Channel 2 and some of the other equipment that's going in this city hall project. The UP Phase 1 bonds, we had funds left over that were part of the Phase 1 bonds that were issued for infrastructure on Symphony Park, that we used to front some of the initial expenditures for design and development of City Hall. If you remember, there were two tranches of funding, $5 million and $5.1 million, that we've used to get us to this point to design and do all the soft costs. Part of that was UP Phase 1 bonds, and those are RDA-funded bonds.
Okay. Mark, you showed me on yesterday going to the, and I didn't see that you had this slide, and I wonder if you have it, the slide that showed the tax credits for the Build America bond. I believe the whole number was $300 million, and then a reduction. The tax credit was $100 million, which basically brought the cost down to $2 and some change. You follow me?
Close.
Okay, then it's in the document that you showed me yesterday. I would like for you to go over that. Put it in the middle, if you will.
Right.
And then just
You won't be able to read it.
Right. Keep in mind, though, when you make your presentation, we got
let me
half
just
an hour now.
Let me just read it to you real quick. The principal and interest on the bonds, the combined bonds, is $481 million. You subtract the Build America credits, it's 100.5, and then you subtract about $28 million in capitalized interest. That'll get you to a net debt service, what our net debt service will be after all that, of $352 million over the next 30 years, which is, I think, the comment that Councilman Anthony made.
Right. And so with the tax credit, $100 million of that will reduce that number to 2?
Reduces it to 351.
Oh, reduces it from, okay, so from 4 to 351.
From 480 to 351.
Okay. And
which really is what makes this financing affordable for us.
Okay. I'll hold off on my following comments till the end. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I hope we'll have an end. I'm worried about the time. So, Councilman,
Well, I'm going to move fast, and I appreciate
with 3 hours difference, and they close at 1 o'clock.
I appreciate everybody bearing with me. I believe it was my question to you yesterday, Betsy, that prompted Mark's response. And Mark, if you could look at me, please. My question to you yesterday was, how much money has the city allocated towards capital projects in the last 5 to 10 years? Because that's what we're talking about doing here. We're talking about allocating money to build something. And Mark, your answer was, maybe you gave some gross figure, but the bottom line is, on average, about 5% of our general fund for the last 9 years has gone towards a capital project. Is that right?
That's correct. In the last 11 years, we've transferred out $195 million.
So what we're doing here, and this is the point I want to make, is nothing new. This is what cities do. We spend money to build things. And I want to make that point because it's not like this is something that's new to any city or any of us. The first, boy, I wish I had my voice. Maybe we're lucky I don't. The first payment is due in year 4, Mark. Is that about fiscal year 14?
It would be, I can't even read it myself. Fiscal year 13, the first interest payment would be $3.5 million.
Fiscal year 13. So we've got another 3 years, if you will, and that payment's going to be $3.5 million. Ideally, it would come out of RDA funds if other projects that we hope come to fruition fund the RDA so we can use the money out of the RDA. But if we can't, the City of Las Vegas, through our general fund, will pay these $3.5 million for about 4 years, correct?
The next 3 years would be about $9.5 million a year.
Okay. The next
you're selling in the middle of the fiscal year. That's why you're getting that.
But then we jump to about year 9. That is our huge payment of $15 million. Is that right?
No, in fiscal year 2017.
Okay.
Then it goes to 13.
Okay, that's why I meant 9 years from now.
13.4 million.
Okay. And then we talked about worst case scenario, and you talked about Forest City walking away, and I just want to highlight something. We talked about this in our briefing yesterday. And the representative from Forest City is right here to correct me if I'm wrong, but they have a $100 million plus equity position in this land right now. And we're talking about the land where the City Hall and the Block project is located right now. So this developer has about $180 million already invested with other people into the purchase of this land. Is that right? Where the new proposed City Hall and Block project is going.
I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I believe their total investment at this point is about $130 million.
Okay, $130 million. And then there's about another $5 million in what we call soft costs or hard costs?
Soft costs,
soft
up to
costs.
this point.
My point is that this is a developer with a proven track record that's coming into the City of Las Vegas that's already invested a lot of money in this multifaceted venture. And furthermore, they have incentives. They're not just going to build us a City Hall and walk away. Because once the City Hall's done, they get land in Symphony Park to build a casino. Is that right? A hotel casino. And forgive my voice again.
Yes.
So the likelihood, in my opinion, of Forest City walking away is very, very small. Would you agree with that?
That's why we're here. I made the point earlier that they're still here with us at our side. They're an investment-grade company, and I see them all the way through it.
Okay, and then Mayor Goodman, I appreciate we're under a time constraint. You want to give the public a chance to talk. I guess this is going to be my last opportunity to say a few words, and I just want to say a few words. Councilman Anthony, I respect the position you're taking. I truly do. But I look at this as a golden opportunity. A golden opportunity for us city elected officials here in Las Vegas to do what other cities wish they had the opportunity to do. It's amazing. Think about it. There's other cities going bankrupt. There's other cities that are suffering much worse from a recession than we are. They'd love to have this opportunity. And I have 2 pages of notes. I'm not going to bore you all with this. I'll just end by saying, in my opinion, this vote today is our city center. The Strip's got theirs, but this is our city center. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman. Thank you. Councilor Barlow.
I heard Councilman Wilson state that this is the last opportunity. I too have a couple pages of notes, but I wouldn't bore you with that. But if you don't mind, I would like to have my closing comments if you're not going to open the comments back up after public discussion.
Okay, and then we'll hear from the Mayor Pro Tem. No? Or Forest City. Okay, fine. Let's
please.
All right, I'm just worried that you're not going to have the opportunity that you're asking for, and I want to give it to you.
Okay, well, great. One thing that I do want to say is that I commend Forest City for being a partner with the City of Las Vegas in regards to all of the developments that are going on here in the downtown area. And this is a very exciting time, specifically during a time in which the economy is not so good. And you can look around the country and see that there's no movement going on in construction or any other developments. We have a lot of foreclosures, residential foreclosures, as well as commercial foreclosures that continue to increase and get on the tax rolls, or I should say come off the tax rolls. One thing that I can share is that I want to make sure, and Forest City has made this commitment, and they've demonstrated that when it comes to minority participation. I want to make sure that we continue to establish a true footprint that we can take from this particular development that we can utilize as a starting point for all future minority participation, specifically when it comes to monies that the cities are sharing with private and other developers to do major projects such as this. This is going to be a turning point for the downtown area, which will basically, I believe, will spin off into the outlying residential communities to really benefit the city as a whole. Needless to say, of what we're doing inside of Symphony Park, I believe that this development will be the first domino to many more dominoes to come. And when Forest City come forward, I please would like for you to share with the constituents and those that are viewing your commitment on the record, as well as some of the things that you have already put in place to make sure that minorities have a seat at the table. As I shared with them before, Mayor and Council, that I've spoken to many general contractors, architects, laborers, non-laborers, who are all committed to playing a part with and I say our City Hall because this is the community's City Hall that we're looking to bring online should this vote pass today. And so with that, I've spoken with a lot of residents, a lot of my constituents, and they have concerns in regards to the city using general fund in regards to building this new City Hall, but they also have stated, Councilman, if it means my brother, my husband, my sister, my brother going back to work, then you need to do what's in the best interest of the entire city, and that's move forward with jobs for our community. And I thought that was a very selfless comment from the residents of Ward 5, and I would like to commend them for standing behind and supporting the efforts of this council with moving forward with putting people back to work. So with that, I would like to share with you all that I am in support of moving forward for the new City Hall development. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman.
Yes, I just wanted to say quickly that I started out with a no vote on this project, and it was a no vote because I did not feel we needed a new City Hall for 2 to 5 years, and also because I felt it was more of a want than it was of a need. I had a constituent who contacted me, and he said, please determine the difference between the wants and the needs and vote accordingly. Now, what happened since that time is I was able to talk with some really fine economists. I was able to talk with some leaders in the field. I was able to talk with taxpayer advocacy groups. And I came to a change of opinion on what the needs were. And I want to just read some things, if I could, from a letter from Don Schneider that he sent to the mayor and copied to us, because he summarized more eloquently than I think I could why it's important to make this determination. The vote on the City Hall, and I'm paraphrasing, is certainly not easy, and it's also not at all what it seems. It isn't what it seems. It's not a vote to simply build a new building. It's not just a vote to create a City Hall that's more efficient, that has a smaller carbon footprint, and that costs less to operate. The decision is much larger than that. First, we will be voting on using tools that Congress and the President have provided to state and local governments to stimulate the economy and help get people to work. The availability of the Build America bonds, coupled with our AA- bond rating that we received in the city, has made this a possibility. Secondly, we all know that the stimulus provided by the construction of City Hall is of itself just a drop in the bucket compared to what's needed, but it is the drop that will ultimately cause the bucket to overflow with projects that will come behind it. It's clearly another in a series of catalysts for additional development, especially private sector development. Thirdly, the current City Hall sits directly in the middle of a most valuable piece of real estate. Even if the city did not have an agreement with the Cordish companies, freeing up that property makes good sense purely from an asset management perspective. I talked with one economist. He says when you start in the public sector, everybody criticizes you and says act like a business, and then when you start to act like a business and look at your assets as a business would, people complain. But that's where we are right now. And of course, the placement of City Hall directly across from Symphony Park creates a synergy that could ignite a series of development projects that could be the cornerstone to the completion of what we have as a vision for the city of Las Vegas. You know, sometimes I don't agree with the mayor, and I had somebody say to me,
Good news is she lives in the same neighborhood, so.
no, not the same, nearby. We don't have as much land as he has in his. But the thing is that one thing he's done, in sometimes ways I can't understand, but he's revitalized our thinking. I saw other administrations come through, other administrations that had my friends there involved, and they didn't get done what he did with the World Market Center, with Mulaski Building, with the Outlet Center, all of those things. And at the time they bought the 61 acres, everybody thought they were crazy. When McCarran started to do its expansion, I remember Thalia Dondero was on the committee, and they criticized it so much. They'll never need that much airport space. And what have they done since then? They've added. We are in a difficult time. I believe in America. I believe in holding fast to your dreams. And that's why I also will be voting on this. Thank you.
Would you like to Absolutely. Mayor, members of the council, Chris Kempfer with Dimitri Vasilakis. We are here on behalf of Forest City. We do have to put on the record a few things, prompted in large part from a call yesterday from the Mayor Pro Tem saying this thing it's not done yet because of the PLA not being signed. That was something that was absolutely critical. And what we did is we went back, we all worked hard, and we have some conditions that we have to put on the record relating to that. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for the call. There's an old German saying, you don't have to hit a good mule twice. So I appreciate everything you've done. All right, here are some of those conditions. Between now and December 31st, 2009, Forest City and the building trades will both negotiate in good faith, enter into, and sign a project continuation agreement. That's number one. Number two, the project will be contracted to only union contractors, with the exception that contracts that are at $50,000 or less may be contracted, and it is our intention to absolutely contract with minorities, disadvantaged, and others who may not be union. And I do have to speak that the building trades readily and willingly, enthusiastically accepted the fact that there may be non-union minority contractors that have to be helped in this particular project. Also, all city contracted work has to be exempted by law. We can't mandate that particular work be union work. Also, I want to state, especially for those in 1, 3, and 5, exactly what Councilman Tarkanian, exactly what Councilman Barlow stated, that the building trades have agreed that wards 1, 3, and 5 will receive, under our agreement, a hiring priority for the work to be done on City Hall. So what has happened a lot of times in the past is that projects that have been in
your particular wards, the people who lived in those wards have not had the ability to share in the benefits of those projects. Mr. Vasilakis is extremely committed to making sure that those people get the fair opportunity. That's all I really want to say, except what does it say, Your Honor, that over 50% more subscribed? Over 50%. A yes vote here says, I have the same faith in my city that the people outside of it do. And I want to just make one final comment. I know that there's some tendency that we have to pull in the reins when times are tough, but that's not what history's told us we're supposed to do. The Golden Gate Bridge, the Empire State Building, Rockefeller Center, Hoover Dam, our own U.S. Post Office, all built during the Depression. When times are tough, that's when you run. That's when you work hard. That's not when you pull back and lay down. Thank you very much. And Dimitri does have a quick comment.
All right, Mr. Vasilakis.
Good morning, Dimitri Vasilakis from Forest City. I just want to address Councilman Bala's request. We certainly have been working very diligently with both yourself and the community to come up with an inclusion program, and we're committed to including the minority groups within this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mayor, one final comment, please. Thank you to Scott, Bill, to Betsy, and to Mark very much.
All right, thank you. Because of the time constraints here, I'm just going to ask those who are in favor of the project to please stand.
Yes!
All right, those who are opposed? Those who are opposed to the project, okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I apologize to those in the audience wishing to speak on this item today, but we are under a time constraint. Our city attorney has told us that we need to hurry this on. I had other comments as well as some of the other councilmen. I know Councilman Wilson had a lot more he wanted to say. I apologize that we don't have the time to say those things. On item number 50, you know, well, we need to move forward. On item number 50, I want to incorporate all those comments made by staff.
Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me, you do realize the citizen participation is a big part of this thing, right? There's a slight citizen.
Okay, I'm sorry, we have to take this vote.
Go ahead.
All right.
It's a big part.
Okay, you'll have citizens' participation after we take the vote.
For the votes they have.
Brad, can you come out, please, and inform the people what we have to do? Brad?
Sorry, to cut this to the chase, we've been conferring as to how much time you have and what to best do with it. It is the advice of our bond counsel and our office that in the very, very limited amount of time you have left, which looks like about 10 minutes, that you allowed it to public comment on the ordinance. Perhaps setting maybe a 1-minute timer on it or maybe a 2-minute timer on it, not to exceed 10 minutes total. But we would urge that you take public comment on the ordinance this time with the remaining time that you have left.
Fine.
Does that leave us enough time? I thought 1 o'clock was our deadline.
All right, we're going to have a 1-minute time limitation. I'm going to hold you to it. Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mayor. Dean Fletcher. I'm a fire captain, city resident, and also the president of the Firefighters Union. We are coming out in opposition to this proposal. Number one being, it's always been told that will never come out of the general fund. In all the background information of item number 4 regarding this development, it's clear that there will be money coming out of the general fund. We will be on the hook out of the general fund. Also looking at the background of item number 4, return on investment analysis performed, it's checked no. This was done back in 2008 when things were good. What's going to happen? Where's the money going to come from? Councilman Anthony couldn't have said it any better on capital projects that were stopped. Were fire stations. Sun City, 107, 103, serving West Las Vegas. And
Mr. Fletcher, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to abide by this. I know you appreciate what we're trying to do.
You'll hear more from me at public comment. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You'll have an adequate opportunity to speak then.
Stan
1 minute, please.
Las Vegas. And thank you, Brad Gerber, for counseling the council on the right decision. Number one, I must remind this council that while I continue to go ahead and debate with Betsy Fretwell on the policy that's in play right now, Your Honor, current City Hall policy says that 25% plus 5 is the commitment of this council in this city relative to minority participation. For a city, you couldn't find a better developer to come to the table to attempt to go ahead and bring things into focus, because those numbers haven't come close in the history of this RDA agency, Your Honor. Hasn't come close. I understand that we are not at 25% from Dimitri there, but we're going to be working on that situation there because the good faith is there. However, we're not anywhere near where we should be. And in response to the lady whose husband's been working for City Center and for 4 years and making money, I cry every time I go over to West Las Vegas. I'm going to cry today because for the last 4 years, my people come over there, I see every day, they're making nothing. Okay? So let's put it in perspective.
Thank you.
So anyway, that's where we go.
Okay,
congratulations.
Please.
Forest City.
Yes,
Richard Williams, representing the Carpenters Union. We are in full support of this project. We have a good relationship with this developer and contractor. You made a good choice. Growth is good. Thank you.
Teddy Russell V, resident of Las Vegas. Due to Councilman Barlow's deplorable, rude, inexcusable, and unacceptable behavior in the last 24 hours, as witnessed by those in City Hall, I think I may run for fabulous councilman.
All right, you're off target. Next, please.
Here's what we have.
No, next, please.
Here's what we have. You can't run this City Hall. You can't run this City Hall. There was not even this notification.
Please, have a seat. We don't have time to listen to you. Next.
I don't think you should get a new one.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jack Mallory, Director of Government Affairs, Painters and Allied Trades, District Council 15. We currently have, as a district council, 3 local unions in southern Nevada. We have approximately 1,300 members that are out of work, many of which live in Wards 1, 3, and 5. I implore you to move forward with this project and keep with the promise that government makes to its citizens, that when private interests fail, government will be there to help people out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Gene Ingram, Council Neighborhood Preservation. I'll keep it short. I'm in full agreement with Mr. Anthony because right now the City Hall has 310,000 square. The new hall will have 310,000 square feet. We now have 270,000 in this building, and we'll have that when the police department moves out, so there'll be plenty of room for 350 new people in this City Hall after the police moves out in 2 years. And we'll also have the debt, that the $18 million that they'll be part of when the cops move into the new building over there. So that's cutting it short. I had other things to say, but thank you.
All right, next, please. How much time do we have, Mr. Durbin?
Less than 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Tom Morley, representing Laborers Local 872. Hopefully this project will employ my members, my family, my brothers and sisters. I have brought 400 letters of unemployed laborers who have signed their pledge of support for the project, and I'd like to thank the City Council for their consideration of this project, and we hope it moves forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to cutting off the comment now. Let's have a motion.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Not right now. We don't have any time. I'm sorry.
On item number 50, Your Honor, Bill number 950, I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation with all those comments put on the record as we have heard today for approval at this time, Your Honor.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
For the record, that was as amended?
Yes, as amended.
As amended. All right, if everybody would please take their seats. Item 50, first of all, let me thank everybody for their patience. That's number one. Thank you for your patience. We had a long morning. We started about 8:30, and as you know, we quit about 40 minutes ago, and now we're back again. So item 55 is any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor, very much. Item number 80 is Vacation 36-135, applicant Blue Marble Development, owner Sharon Development, LLC, vacate an existing 20-foot wide drainage easement, public sewer easement on the south side of Darling Road, 600 feet west of Tenaya Way. Councilman Ross would like that to be held in abeyance until our next meeting on December the 16th, 2009. Item 81 is a special use permit 34016, applicant Clear Wireless LLC, owner LXT4 LLC. Appeal filed from the now by the Planning Commission, approximately 560 feet north of Meadows Lane and approximately 530 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. The applicant would like that to be held in advance until our first meeting in next year, January the 6th, 2010. Item number 9 is a special use permit 35891, applicant Lee's Discount Liquor, owner Thompson Summerlin Holdings LLC. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission, 780 South Rampart Boulevard. The applicant would like that to be held in advance until our December the 16th, 2009 meeting. And item 94 is Directors 35476, applicant Wesley Neighborhood Association, owner Pedro Flores et al. Request to designate the Wesley neighborhood as an historic district on the City of Las Vegas Historic Property Register. The applicant has withdrawn that without prejudice. Are there any other items at this time?
Yes, Councilman Ross.
I don't have anything to add, Mayor Pro Tem, Your Honor. Are you the Blue Marble folks? Would you call my office, please make an appointment to come see me? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman?
I didn't know if anybody was here from Wesley. You do hear that if you're here. Ye of little faith that I told you didn't need to come today. It has been withdrawn, as you see.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, Your Honor, I'll make a motion to bring these 4 items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 56 through 65 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda items 56 through 65?
So moved on with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. There's been a request because so many folks are down here for items 88 and 89, and I've been advised that this will be taken care of very, very quickly, so I'm going to call those out of order. 88 is SUP 35932, request for special use permit for proposed church house of worship, and 89 is SDR 35931, request for site development plan review for the conversion of an existing 2,871 square foot residence to a church house of worship with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow buffer widths of 5 feet, 2 feet, and 7 feet along the east, west, and north perimeters, respectively, where 8 feet is required, and 6 feet along the front perimeter, where 15 feet is required. The applicant owner is Faustin Jordan, and the project is located at 1230 West Adams Avenue. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of both items. These items are Ward 5 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is anybody representing the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Jordan, would you come forward, please?
All right, Councilman Barley?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I had an opportunity to meet with Pastor Jordan on several occasions, and without going into the in-depth history of this item, he and I have been able to work out a compromise that I believe will be suitable to he and his parishioners, as well as the community in which the church house resides. Earlier, or late last year, I informed Mr. Jordan, Pastor Jordan, that I would go out and speak to the residents in the surrounding community adjacent to the church, and I did that. And after speaking to well over 100 residents, their main concern was, number one, that they weren't looking to have another church come into the community. However, what their second and more major concern was the fact that if the building sat, it would be susceptible to crime and vandalism. And so they stated, looking at the two options, they would rather see a church there versus a vacant building. And so they said, Councilman, if in fact you could place some conditions on there that will basically provide us our protection and make the surrounding area look attractive, it would be something that we could support. And so I shared that with Pastor Jordan during our meeting on last month, and he has assured me that he he was in agreement with the conditions. In fact, what we'll be bringing forward shortly. So, with that, I would like to turn it over to Margot to lay out some of those conditions.
Councilman and Mayor, thank you. On the site development plan review, agenda item 89, additional conditions would be that prior to the issuance of an additional building permit or certificate of occupancy, whichever occurs first, the applicant shall submit floor plans to scale to the Planning and Development Department to verify building square footage. Additionally, 4 additional 24-inch box trees shall be added in the north landscaping buffer area to meet the code requirement abutting the neighboring residential property. That the north perimeter wall must comply with Title 1912. Then there shall be no chain link fencing allowed on the property perimeter. Condition number 6 would be deleted, and condition number 12 would have language added to state that the applicant shall submit plans depicting all exterior lighting to meet requirements of Title 1908-050.
And you are aware of those conditions, right, Mr. Jordan, Pastor Jordan?
Yes.
And do you agree with those conditions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is there anything else that you would like to share at this time before we go to a vote?
The electrical lighting, along with the block wall fence, has been taken care of and approved by the planning department. Mr. LeBlanc was supposed to be here. Say he would be back at 2:30. He was representing us.
It's okay. You can represent yourself. It's fine.
Okay.
Right, Pastor, would you be kind enough to state, Pastor?
You're doing fine. Go ahead.
Would you be kind enough to state your name for the record, though?
Yes.
Thank you.
Forston Jordan.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that and the conditions that are placed, I look forward to your church and your surrounding landscape and everything about this building to move forward in a productive manner. And Mayor and Council, I would like to
I have to have a public hearing on this.
Okay. Well, before we do that, then we'd like to open up for public
Right.
hearing.
Anybody want to comment? Public hearing? All right, see.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. That picture that we were shown on the screen, that looked like the agenda said it was a residence. That doesn't look like a residence.
It is, though.
But it was a residence? Is that correct?
That's our understanding, yes. All right. Let's put the timer on, please. 3 minutes.
My name is Rasan Joshua Collins, and Pastor Jordan has visited me quite a few times in jail. I've been arrested quite a bit for street preaching and activism work, and it's been a blessing to see Pastor Jordan today. I haven't had a chance to see him too much out of jail. I don't think I've ever seen him out of jail. but to the glory of God, there he is. I was just a blessing. I gave him a hug today. It was just great to see him. So, I just encourage, any work to get God back into our community. And Pastor Jordan, Hebrews 13:3 says to remember those in prison as if chained with them. And I think he has somewhat of a heart like that. And he's been there to visit me, and it's been a blessing. And I just ask that you look out for God's people. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else want to be heard?
To Mayor and Council, I'm Dr. S.S. Rogers, pastor, teacher of the Greater Mount Sinai Missionary Recruiting Ministry, Las Vegas, Nevada. And I'm here to support Pastor Jordan and what he has done, and the building itself. I've went in and taken the scope of it and what he have done in that building for the bring the upkeep of that era. And I know it very well for being a resident for 49 years in Las Vegas. So for that now to be revived and the conditions that have been put on, I know he's going to make sure that those conditions would be taken care of. Thank you.
Anybody else, please?
Thank you, Mayor and Council people. My name is Gene Collins, and I live at 1101 Eleanor Avenue. I'm going to keep this real short. The thing is that I've known Mr. Jordan for, I'd say, 40 years. We've coached, he's a pillar of the community. We was involved with one of the most prominent baseball organizations, the Aaron Williams Youth Organization, in the community for years. And not only that, He was a juvenile. He worked at juvenile. 95%, I would say 98% of the people that went through our program never showed up down there where they was. And that's the job that we're doing. So you couldn't license a better individual. And I just want to come up here and thank you, Mayor, and the council for taking this out of order and going ahead and addressing this and getting this past us. And so with that, I just want to thank each and every one of you all, and God bless you.
Thank you. All right, I'll close the public hearing then. Councilman, your motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor. For item number 88, the special use permit, I would move for approval, subject to all conditions of this item.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And for item number 89, the site development plan review, with all conditions that have been stated on the record, and in agreement with Pastor Jordan, I move for approval of this item as well.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Good luck, Pastor.
All right.
Thank you very much. Okay, item 66. Yes.
I didn't see your vote register on 89.
Whose vote?
Sorry, 88, I'm sorry.
Okay, folks, we have to go on. Items 66 through 80 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Does any of the council members, do any of the council members want to have any of the items 66 through 80 pulled?
Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't really want to pull. I just want a clarification of item number 75, if I could.
All right, item number 75, the Big League Dreams.
Yes. It states in here it's a 12,654 square foot liquor establishment, tavern with waivers to allow distance separation of 0 feet. I understand why we have to have this. It's a restaurant in our new development down at Freedom Park, and they're going to have alcohol along with dinner. So to me, it's more of just a Macau Vegas type use. It's not really a liquor establishment where people are going to go in there and buy a case of beer and take it out or whatever. It's just a restaurant with alcohol served along with the meal.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor.
Yes.
Just for point of information, agenda item 80 has been abated for 2 weeks.
You'd like 80 abated? Well, I'll call that.
We've already done that.
Oh, I have? All right, fine. Very good. All right, then I'll read 66 through 79. 66, let's see. 66 is GPA 36056. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas. Request to amend the downtown north land use plan on 772 acres in Ward 5. 67 is MOT 35911. The applicant owner is Anthony M. Marlin and Renee Marlin Family Protection Trust and Lodewick A. Van Gemert. Request for a major modification to the Summerlin Master Development Plan to amend the existing land use designation from COS Community Open Space to SF1 Single Family Detached on .27 acres, a portion of 9021 and 9025 Greensboro Lane in Ward 2. 68 is ZON 36119. The applicant is Horvath Towers LLC. The owner is Surratt Saiti LLC. Request for a rezoning from U undeveloped SC Service Commercial General Plan designation to C1 Limited Commercial on 1.43 acres, generally located on the west side of Jones Boulevard, approximately 360 feet north of Smoke Ranch Road in Ward 5. 69 is SUP 36117. The applicant is Horvath Towers. The owner is Surratt Saiti LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 85-foot tall wireless communication facility, stealth design monopine, generally located on the west side of Jones Boulevard, approximately 360 feet north of Smoke Ranch Road in Ward 5. Number 70 is ZON 36092. The applicant and owner, City of Las Vegas. Request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to CV Civic on 2.5 acres, generally located at 5591 North Cimarron Road in Ward 4. Number 71 is SUP 36136. The applicant and owner is Unity Baptist Church. Request for a special use permit for a proposed church house of worship at 545 Marion Drive in Ward 3. 72 is SDR 36124. The applicant and owner is Unity Baptist Church. Request for site development plan review for a proposed 48,816 square foot addition to an existing 8,000 square foot church house of worship with a waiver of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow a 10-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the west perimeter where 15 feet is required on 4.17 acres at 545 Marion Drive in Ward 3. 73 is SUP 35909, special use permit, a public hearing. The applicant is Second Chances Boutique. The owner is Trailwood Center LLC. Request for special use permit for a proposed 1,549 square foot thrift shop at 9691 Trailwood Drive, suite number 101 in Ward 2. Number 74 is SUP 36072. The applicant is Francisco Lujan. The owner is Hamidian Nurses Sarkis Living Trust. Request for special use permit for a proposed 988 square foot thrift shop at 1412 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Number 75 is SUP 36147. The applicant is Big League Dreams Las Vegas LLC. The owner is City of Las Vegas. Request for special use permit for proposed 12,664 square foot liquor establishment and tavern with waivers to allow a distance separation of 0 feet from a city park, 100 feet from a similar use, 100 feet from a religious facility, and 400 feet from a school, where 1,500 feet is the minimum distance required at 3151 East Washington Avenue. Number 76 is RQR 35792. The applicant is Las Vegas Billboards LLC. The owner is Jonathan Park LLC. Request for required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 3319 Meade Avenue in Ward 1. 77 is RQR 35793. The applicant is Las Vegas Billboards LLC. The owner is Jonathan Park LLC. Request for required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 3542 Sirius Avenue in Ward 1. 78 is RQR 35930. The applicant is Mountain View Estates. The owner is John Herta. Request for required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 10-foot by 40-foot off-premise sign at 2744 Highland Drive in Ward 1. And 79 is ROC 36349. The applicant owner is WMC Roman numeral 3 Associates LLC. Request for a review of condition number 5 of a previously approved site development plan review to allow an additional 5 years for the site plan for a 345,670 square foot temporary exhibit space on 20.68 acres at 209 South Grand Central Parkway in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for all these items. Items 66 through 79 are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on any of those items?
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes,
and I
Councilman.
apologize. I would like to make a disclosure on number 67, and then I'd like number 73 to be pulled.
Okay.
So if you don't mind, the disclosure on number 67 is that this item references the Tournament Players Golf Course and Country Club, and the property that is affected is on that TPC property. I'm a member of that club, so I want to disclose that, but this will not affect me any differently than any other member or anything like that, so I've been advised that I should disclose that, but I can still vote.
Very good. And 73 is...
I would like that to be pulled.
Right, 35909, which is a special use permit for Second Chances Boutique.
Mayor?
Thank you.
Yes.
I would also like for item number 79 to be pulled forward.
All right, 73 first.
Your Honor, the applicant is here.
Okay.
And I'd like her to come forward and tell us a little bit about your business, if you don't mind. State your name and...
Can we take the motion on the one motion, one vote?
Okay, certainly. May I have a motion on the one motion, with the exception of 73 and 79?
I'd like to make a motion to approve items 66 through 79 with exceptions of 73 and 79 with all conditions following Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Host. Motion carries. Thank you. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Would you please state your name?
I'm Nicole Sorrentino with Second Chances Boutique.
Okay, Nicole, why don't you tell us about what your business is going to be about?
Okay, my personal background is over 21 years in retail sales and merchandising and retail management. Second Chances Boutique will be a designer women's consignment clothing and accessory shop. This concept will reflect an upscale twist of neatly merchandised, dry cleaned, and like new condition women's clothing. The display of merchandise will be clean, organized, and presentable, just like many other designer stores. My goal is to provide the multipurpose woman with all of her designer needs in consigning and shopping for new items and clothing.
Great, and the address is noticed in the agenda item, but you've got hundreds of thousands of people watching you right now on television. So this is your free chance to publicize your business. Tell us specifically where it is. What's it close to?
It's close to the Summerlin Library in Town Center and Trailwood Drive and Spring Mountain Drive.
Okay, it's
Spring
up,
Gate.
It's
Spring
up in
Gate.
the little shopping center where the IHOP is, right?
Yes, where IHOP is, and there is a gas station on the corner and a 24-hour Agassi Fitness Center.
Great. You see your husband smiling. I'm trying to give you some free publicity here. Okay, thank you. My motion is for approval.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
Here's not. You want a yes? There you go.
Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, and Councilor Barlow wanted ROC 36349, which is 79. That's the applicant owner's WMC Roman numeral 3 Associates.
Right. I want to know if there's someone here representing this item.
Would you please identify yourself for the record?
Good afternoon. John Lelu, 495 South Grand Central Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant.
Right. Mr. Lelu, if you can explain to me where we are with item number 79, because no one has briefed me or even provided me with an update as to the nature or the reason as to why the extension for so long. And I do believe that this is the second extension, the second extension, if I stand correct.
Your Honor, and through you, Councilman Barlow, this is an extension of time for the tent facilities, which are right next door to the World Market Center facility here in downtown Las Vegas. And basically the reason for the request for the extension is the downturn in the economy. The original site development review allowed for the erection of the tent facilities back in 2004. Obviously, that is expiring at the end of this year. With the downturn in the economy, we have very publicly mothballed further development until the economy improves. Because of that, the use for the tents was obviated. We now need the tents, whereas before, back in 2004, when the economy was moving at a very strong pace, we didn't think we were going to need them. We thought there were going to be buildings standing there at this point. No one foresaw what was coming, Councilman, quite frankly, and here we are.
And so, projecting the 5 years from today, which will put us at 2014?
Correct, Your Honor.
2014.
Correct.
What is the lifespan or the ability for these buildings to stand for more than a decade?
Unfortunately, I'm not an expert on the materials that were used. I do believe that they are capable of standing the test of time, but unfortunately, I'm not prepared to answer that question.
Okay. Would you set up some time to meet with me?
I'd be happy to.
Right after the first of the year, if you will?
You bet.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Mayor, I'll go ahead and move forward cautiously for approval of item number 79.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. We'll see you after the first of the year, Councilman.
Okay. Items 82 through 85. 82 is VAR 36338. The variance, request for variance to allow zero loading zones where one is required. 83 is SUP 36111, request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,155 square foot restaurant with drive-through. 84 is SDR 36112, request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review for a proposed 2,155 square foot restaurant with drive-through with a waiver of town center development standards to allow no landscaping within the additional 10-foot setback area required along the east perimeter for a fast food restaurant. and for a 72-foot tall clock tower where a 39-foot tall tower was previously approved. Number 85 is ROC 36456, a request for review of condition number 21 of a previously approved site development plan review to allow 24-hour operations for the northernmost building where 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. is currently allowed. The application owner is Caroline's Court, LLC, and the project is located at the northwest corner of El Capitan Way and Durango Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval of items 82 through 84. Staff recommends denial of items 82 through 85. These items are in Ward 6. They're public hearings, which I now declare open. Are you both representing the applicant?
Yeah, James Lopez, 5096 West Post Road, on behalf of the applicant. Representing Caroline's Court's Jacob Kakshori, who's here to meet with me to answer questions. And I have a real brief presentation here, just take a couple minutes, and if the camera person will work with me and focus in on the picture I have here centered. If you could zoom into that, and then I'll move the picture around so the rest you can see too. Just a real brief statement. Those of you familiar with the project know that the developer has really bent over backwards to get this thing done. Started construction right into the teeth of this recession, lost financing on a couple different occasions, has been able to pummel enough subcontractors, enough leasers, and hobble together enough money to keep this thing going. And by the way, I should be included in the subcontractor list. I'm the civil engineer of record on the project for this phase. Real briefly, we'd like to first discuss 82, 83, and 85, and then come back and touch on 84, and you'll see why in a minute. 82 is for the variance for a loading zone. 83 is the special use permit required for a fast food restaurant in this development. 85 is the review of condition to have a 24-hour restaurant with a drive-through in this development. And then 84 is a double. It's both the clock tower and the site design review for the restaurant. Let me first touch about what we originally proposed on this site. And again, if you zoom in a little closer, I can probably show you a little better. Originally, there was a bank. It was a commercial project. We thought we had a bank going in there. Bank pulled out again into the teeth of the recession. Mr. Kakshori scrambled and got Del Taco to take an interest of it. We were 3,000 square feet plus change. We've reduced that to 2,000 plus change. No parking restrictions on that particular piece. We're fully parked. The problem was the loading. To mitigate that, we've done a couple things. So we went from a bank at 3,000 square feet to a fast food at 2,000 square feet. Let me pull my finger back there. What you see here is you have a drive-through that goes around and kind of faces this residential development. That was a little bit of a problem until you see that the closest residence is actually not right adjacent to the property line. It's some 220 feet off the property line. Let me get that a little closer for you once again. There you go. So you're really looking at this here. Here's the drive-through, comes around like this. The actual residence is pretty far away. To further mitigate that, we have a 6-foot wall and a trail that rings the whole development. We added another row of trees, 6 more trees along that. So we've got landscaping on both sides. In terms of the loading zone, we don't have a loading zone. The whole site has plenty of loading zones. We just couldn't get one close for to get into the backyard of the back door of the Del Taco. So what we did is we made a little area here that we're calling a soft loading zone. Allows a truck to come in, and these trucks come in at off hours in the morning and the evening, not at the peak hours. They could get in, make their offload, and keep moving on. That essentially covers 82, 83. The site design review, of course, if you look at the property, Del Taco is indeed, it's not a typical Del Taco in the sense that it's a freestanding building, adjacent to the road. This is a pretty substantial architectural, and this is per the development of the site in general. So we've got a pretty good looking Del Taco. In other words, if you drive up to it, and until you see the sign, you probably wouldn't know it was a Del Taco. Lastly, item 85. These things got to be run at 24 hours to make them work. By the way, a representative from Del Taco is here today if you'd like to ask any questions of him. And that brings us back to item 84, which is the clock tower. And again, Mr. Kakshori will probably want to speak a little bit more on this. But let me stop there and ask, are there any questions to this point? Because I'm really nervous that I'm going too fast, I think.
Any questions of the gentleman at this point? All right.
Okay, thank you. Originally, and this might take a minute to focus. Oh, no, it's actually in pretty good shape right there. Originally, we had this, and which was what I'll call a short, stout clock tower.
Short stout. That sounds a little bit the way I do.
Well, I'm not generally opposed to short and stout, as you can tell. But what Mr. Kakshori, what we've come up with is something a little different. A lot of people have agreed that even though it's a clock tower and it seems to fit in architecture, we've got something much better. At the same time, it's much better. It's also much taller, and this is part of 84. So we really think that the vision for Mr. Kakshori was simple. This is not a sign. It's not a monument sign. It's not some sort of advertisement for the center. It's really a clock tower. It's an architectural feature and gives the area some architectural character. And he could speak more to that, if you will. But it's a nice architectural feature, and I think it fits well into the area in general. So the last thing is, because 84 is a site design review for both the clock tower and the Del Taco, we kind of wanted to separate those two, at least when we get to the time to make a motion. And the other thing is, if I understand it and staff could correct me, there is no height requirement or height restriction for the Centennial Town Center. The regulation, as I understand it, is written to say the maximum height is 2 stories. So it's still a site design review. There's no waiver of height standards for this. So that's all. And I'd like to open it up for questions unless Mr. Kakshori would like to add.
Thank you. Are there any questions at this time?
I don't have a question, Your Honor. I just wanted everyone to recognize in the council and watching at home and in the audience how beautiful the Spring Mountain Range was there in the background of that. And just another testament of how awesome it is out in the Northwest, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very good. All right. Are there any questions of the two gentlemen? All right. It's a public hearing. Mr. Farlow?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. First of all, I'd like to thank the applicant for going to bat on the trails with us. What I would like to address is item number 84, the clock tower. And council, in the next council meeting on 12/16, you're going to have an applicant, AT&T, that's going to make a presentation to where they have taken a facade like this and put a cell tower in it. It's absolutely beautiful. And I would like to know if the applicants should that come up, would they be willing to adapt that clock tower into accommodating a cell tower? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
No.
Jacob Kakshori for Caroline's Court. I've never known a developer who said no for extra rent, especially in these times. So I'm always open for AT&T to approach us. Having said that, I don't know if architecturally it could work. If it could, I have no objections. Upon the sound advice and experience of Councilman Ross, he has helped me, being a relative new developer in the city. He asked me to have a neighbors meeting, even though there wasn't the necessity, and feel out how the neighbors felt about both Del Taco and the tower. It came out to be a very wise advice, because quite a few residents did come in quite concerned with Del Taco, with the tower, and once the meeting was over, we had a show of hands, all supported it. Many emails of support did come through. Not one person was in opposition to any of the four issues before you today. There was one opposition from Mrs. Jennifer Taylor, who wasn't present at the neighbors meeting, but did come at the Planning Commission and opposed it. However, since then, after many, many emails going back and forth, she was also very kind to meet with me late last night. She saw the boards all over again. She got into the history of it. She understood why the tower is there. It is really and truly a shopping center, really, when you strip it down, is just a composition of buildings put together for retail to service a particular neighborhood. As to how one finishes it, it's all a matter of neighbors' input, the council's office input, development, the developer's ability to put the extra dollars in. And when the times turned bad, I, in fact, increased the quality from synthetic stone. I went to the real stone on all the buildings, Lowe's being the exception, building their own. But with the tower, I made it more taller, try and give it some spice, give it a theme. If you look around the city, the difference between shopping centers that have failed, shopping centers that have succeeded in these times, like the Boca, like the District, they've all had a theme, they've all had a story. People like that. If you take the tower away, you would say, Jacob, this is not this is not Tuscany. All the shopping centers look like it. Pitched roofs, Spanish tiles, stones, whatever have you. The tower truly takes it into that Tuscan world. We're not living in Paris, but we have a beautiful tower, Eiffel Tower. We don't live in Manhattan, but we have a beautiful skyline of Manhattan. We don't have, we're not in Italy, yet we have the best Caesar's Palace here. I'm not comparing this with that. All I'm trying to say is that Las Vegas has always been open to new ideas. If there is restrictions, once in a while, I think it should be considered to go above and beyond. If something comes in that really is not seeking to get extra rent or financial gain, but it's just there for the beauty of it, I think it should be considered positively. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Lopez, thank you very much. You did a wonderful job. You did look a little nervous there, but I have to fix one thing you said. Jacob, I don't think has bent over backwards. I think that Jacob has just become a community partner with those folks out there in the great Northwest. And Jacob, I remember many months ago when you first came to my office, and certainly you've done everything I've asked you to do. You've met with those neighbors out there. You've talked to them. You've engaged them. What do you think? How do you want this to look? And you're building out there. And when I see wood and steel going in the air in the Northwest, that's a good sign. That means jobs, and that means economy, and that's important. So first, let me thank you for your commitment to the
Much
Northwest
appreciated.
and to the city of Las Vegas, because you've really done everything I've asked you to. In regards to that, I appreciate you pointing out the additional landscaping and director. I believe that's part of the conditions around the drive-through at Del Taco there.
Yes, sir.
And that's significant, so we protect those folks and those homes right there.
Needless to say, Councilman, that was your idea, and it did come up in the residents' meeting, and I did tell them that Councilman Ross has put extra trees there. You're protected.
Thank you, Jacob, for that. I appreciate that. But that's important. We need to protect the quality of life out there. So in regards to that, I'll keep this short as well. I just want you to know how much I appreciate. And it's under construction right now. Today it told me the walls went up for the Lowe's. People are excited about that. They'd like to see something built on that corner. With that, Your Honor, I'm prepared to make a couple of motions, if I may.
Very good.
On item 82, the AR 36338, Your Honor, I move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries.
And on item number 83, I would also like to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval subject to all conditions. And I need to try this. Jacob, we hadn't talked about this, but I'd like to put a one-year administrative review on the drive-through, no problems. The director has the authority to say, keep on doing a great job out there. I don't think your tenant will have a problem with that. Are you okay with that?
Could I refer to Del Taco representative?
Certainly, and I have to explain that. Or Director, would you explain how that one-year review process would work?
Thank you. What we do is we take a look at the records of our Neighborhood Services Code Enforcement Department. We check with Metro. We do a site inspection to ensure that the landscaping is maintained, the building is maintained as it was built. And so if at that time we determine that there are no problems, then we go ahead and give that administrative approval.
And just so you know, and the applicant knows, and the tenant knows, I'm just concerned about that drive-through, to make sure we don't have any problems. I don't think we're going to. That's why I said administratively, it will never come back if there are no problems, and it's done. It's entirely up to you, though. How do you feel about that? And please state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name's John Druce. I'm Director of Design and Construction for Del Taco Corporate. Yeah, I'm okay with that. All of the landscaping outside of our curb is landlord's responsibility. So,
and I don't want this to be a deal killer. I mean, I just
no. That's fine. I mean, we would expect the same. We would expect the landscape to be maintained and properly taken care of and all of that.
We'll just put all that burden right on Jacob's back.
It all goes to Jacob.
Okay.
The lease has been ready for 4 months.
Oh, it hasn't signed yet. No, wait. Where's the pen?
It hasn't been signed.
We felt that.
Well, and that's important. I don't want you guys to go away. I want you to come out to the Northwest and enjoy prosperity out there. And Jacob, you know that. So
yes,
certainly want to help you out. I'm just concerned about the 24-hour drive-through use. I don't anticipate any problems. And
I assure you, Caroline being my wife's name, I'm going to make sure she keeps clean.
I will let you know, Jacob, my daughter Jade did ask if I could have you change it to Jade's Court, and I'm not asking that today. Anyway, with that, Your Honor, that's my motion.
If I may,
Director?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the exact language of the condition would be that there shall be a one-year administrative review after issuance of certificate of occupancy.
Very good, and that's agreeable. You're agreeable to that, of course. Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And agenda item 84, Your Honor, the SDR, I have to say a couple of comments. I did watch the Planning Commission meeting that night, and I, too, was a little apprehensive, Jacob, as you sat in my office and talked about how high that tower was. And those were kind of my thoughts. And I echo that with Commissioner Ellsworth, because I know he's the one that made the motion for denial of the Planning Commission. And 6 of those 7 planning commissioners supported that motion. Since then, and I expected the neighborhood to say, no, we don't like that. And you know that. And that's not what happened. The neighborhood actually contacted me and said, hey, we're okay with that. We want this to be a special place. We want that to look that way. So
Let's make it 50 feet then.
So on agenda item 84, Your Honor, I have a condition, Director, I'd like to put on top of that, if I may.
Mayor and Councilman, the condition would be that the clock tower shall have no commercial signage, no numbers or letters except those on the clock itself.
Are you okay with that?
Absolutely.
And Jacob, I also thought about cellular use, and I think if you do it right, you can put some cell towers inside that thing, you never see them.
Absolutely. It will be something true. I mean, I will get in touch with them.
I think that's a good idea. And I think that's my motion, Your Honor. I would move to follow, I actually move to approve on agenda item 84, subject to conditions.
Okay.
And as amended.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And agenda item 86, Your Honor. ROC, I would...
85.
I'm sorry, 85. I would move to approve agenda item 85 with all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed, please.
I am confused.
Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Happy holidays to everyone.
Same to you. 86, it's VAR 35778, the variance, public hearing. The applicant owner is Carr Living Trust UA. Requests for variance to allow a 5-foot rear yard setback where 15 feet is required for an existing 567 square foot addition to a single-family dwelling, 1.19 acres at 6017 Cottontail Cove Street. And this is a residential plan development with 3 units per acre, and it's in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Let's see, and this is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
My turn?
Are you the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm Mr. Carr.
Yes, sir.
And at first it was just a patio cover. And it wasn't serving me like I wanted to serve it. So what I did was I closed it in. And when I closed it in, that's when the problems started. But because it was so dirty out there, I couldn't use it. But once I closed it in, it served me well. Las Vegas is a place where I've always wanted to retire. But through coming through here, on several trips, and the way I got through coming through here is I am a 26-year military veteran, and through my travels I came through here, and I've always said that this is the place that I wanted to stop last. And upon doing that, I've been here I guess about 5 years, because after my military career I spent 20 years in the Postal Service, and now I'm just at my retirement state. And I'm having problems with not only that, but with my homeowners association for what I did. To me, when you upgrade your property, somebody should be patting you on the back and shaking your hand instead of kicking you in the butt. And that's what I seem to be getting, not from this, because I know I suppose there's rules that I have to follow the bill, but out of ignorance I did that. And but I would like to get by with this if I could.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Carr? Folks, public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Carr, thank you for your service to your country. We sure appreciate that, without a doubt. I think you're in good shape. You're going to be okay certainly by me and this council, I would hope. They haven't voted yet, but I would like to think so. Your Honor, I'm going to move to follow Planning Commission's planning's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions. And Mr. Carr, I need you to pull your permits within 180 days. Can you do that?
Well, that's for the extra door?
Yes, it's for the construction, building in your patio.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll do that?
For
okay. For your building permits. And that's why we have to do this today, so you can pull your building permits and get it inspected.
Okay.
Okay, Director, do you want to add to that? Or?
And Mayor and Councilman, the language would be that the building permit and final inspection shall be acquired within 180 days.
Are you okay with that, Mr. Carter?
Yes, sir.
That's my motion, Your Honor.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
All right. First time I've had a chance to meet you, sir.
You did good.
Only 2 pictures.
Okay.
Glad to meet you.
Let's see you.
Thank you.
All right. 87 is VAR 35857, a variance. Public hearing. The applicant is Fidencio Garcia. The owner is Weatherby Properties, LLC. Request for a variance to allow 105 parking spaces where 113 spaces are required for a proposed 800-square-foot restaurant expansion on 2.15 acres at 941 North Pecos Road. This is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Fidencio Garcia.
Be happy to hear from you, sir.
Yep.
Okay?
Absolutely.
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Garcia?
No.
Okay. It's a public hearing, folks, if anybody would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Of course, staff's recommending denial on this item because of the variance for the parking going down rather than up. I don't feel like this is going to be a hindrance to this location. I think they got plenty of parking. I'm going to make a motion for approval of this item with all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to go to item 91 and 40 and 41. 91 is SUP 35838. The applicant is Mundo LLC. The owner is WMCV Phase 1 LLC. Request for special use permit to add a proposed liquor establishment, a tavern, used within an existing 6,621 square foot restaurant with waivers to allow a 660-foot distance separation from a similar use where 1,500 feet is required, an 885-foot distance separation from a child care center where 1,500 feet is required. This is in Ward 5. Number 40 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a liquor caterer license for Mundo A Culinary Hotspot. Number 41 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of business name, change of location, and change of ownership for tavern licensee from Pounders, Inc., doing business at Pounders Sports Lounge at 332 West Sahara Avenue to Mundo A Culinary Hotspot. And the project is located at 495 South Grand Central Parkway, Suite 116. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of items 91. The staff recommends approval of items 40 and 41. These items are in Ward 5. And item 91 is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, folks, who wants to be the spokesperson?
Good morning, Your Honor. George Harris. I'd first like to thank the staff of Planning and the Planning Commission for their approval and hopefully your favorable recommendation. And we'd also like to thank the people in the Business Licensing Department. They have gone well beyond the scope to help us. And Dave Belcher from Planning, who has really helped and gone. I mean, the system here is...
David Bratcher.
Bratcher, I apologize. The system here is very well streamlined, and they have helped us a lot. We are hoping to open up by the 20th our restaurant in the World Market Center. We're going to create 41 new jobs in downtown Las Vegas, and we accept all the conditions, including the restriction on gaming. And again, we want to thank you, and if you have any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, there's a chance for a free advertisement. Well, what kind of restaurant is it going to be? It's a very interesting name.
It's actually a Latin chic restaurant.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Irma Aguirre. It's a Latin chic restaurant.
What does that mean?
It is a gourmet Mexican restaurant. So it's almost like San Miguel de Allende meets New York. And this is our wonderful chef, Robert Solano, and we are looking forward to being part of the downtown community.
Well, it's going to be very welcome in the sense that we're getting some very interesting restaurants in that area. We have right across the street from you basically is Lola's, which is in the Wholesome Bakery building, and that's a very cool place, and you make yours sound very, very interesting. So that's a good thing for downtown Las Vegas, together with Paymans, which has come downtown to the Arts Factory, and we're getting ourselves a very nice variety there, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. It's
Good.
very
Senator
exciting
Beers,
for
how are you,
us.
sir?
Well, I'm thank you for asking, Mayor. I'm a little concerned about that consignment women's designer clothing store going up in the neighborhood because of my wife.
And we all understand that.
On the other hand, I got a Del Taco.
Okay, see what happens? This council takes care of everybody, husbands and wives. All right, are there any other questions? Folks, a public hearing, if anybody would like to be heard.
Thank you. I have a question.
You have to
Will this be open-
identify yourself, please, for the record.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Will this be open to the public? Because the World Market Center is not.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Yes. What will the hours be?
Okay, Monday through Thursday from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Friday and Saturday till 1 a.m.
Okay. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem? Is that you? No, who is this? Councilor Barlow.
I'm down here, Mayor.
I know we are.
All right. Sometimes I think you forget about me down here.
No.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, Councilman.
Your sea bass. Why didn't you speak about your sea bass when the mayor asked you in respect to the menu? Is the sea bass not going to be on the menu, Mr.
The sea
Aguirre?
bass will be on the menu. We will be Zagat rated restaurant within 120 days. We were Best of Las Vegas at our last restaurant. The council will be invited. Your invitations are actually being done right now to come to our grand opening.
Make sure that the sea bass is on the menu.
Sea bass will be on the menu. I promise you that.
You mean our cilantro sea bass steamed in banana leaf?
That's it.
Councilor Barlow, where did you taste that sea bass?
I can't tell you where, but Mayor, I want to make sure that they have it on the menu so when you come to the to the ribbon cutting ceremony, the grand opening, you have an opportunity to taste it. Some of the, probably the best sea bass, and you call it cilantro sea bass? Cilantro sea bass that I've ever tasted.
How does it go with gin?
I think it'll go very good with gin.
It's fantastic
right.
with gin.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
So with that, welcome to the neighborhood, and look forward to coming down and having another lunch spot as well as dinner now to come and hang out, and good luck to you.
Thanks.
And so my motion will be for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Okay, let's vote on 91 first.
Thank you.
Opposed, please. Motion carries. And item 40, Councilman?
Item 40?
Yes, that's a discussion.
Oh, because it was followed, okay. Okay, here we are. And item number 40, I will move for approval, subject to all conditions as well.
All right, let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. And 41, please.
And 41, I will move for approval, subject to all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Take care.
Item 92 is SUP 36130, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Wonderfits Fashion Exchange LLC. The owner is Teton Durango 2008 LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,355 square foot secondhand dealer wearing apparel use at 8053 North Durango Drive, Suite 130. This is Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions, to public hearing, which I now declare open. Is anybody here representing the applicant?
I told them they didn't have to be here.
Oh, okay, fine. All right, then, anybody want to be heard on this? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, no problem. That's a good thing.
I would move to follow planning and staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions on agenda item 92. And Director, we're going to a little change in the hours.
Yes, sir, Mayor and Councilman, the condition would read that the hours shall be limited to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
That's my motion, Your Honor.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 93 is ROC 36423. Review of condition. It's a public hearing. The applicant owner is Bell Real Estate Company. Request for a review of conditions number 3 and 4 of a previously approved major modification to an approved site development plan review to delete the requirements for right-of-way improvements per the downtown Centennial Street standards in condition number 3, and delete the requirement for all trees in condition number 4 on 1.77 acres at 2030, 2112, 2100, and 2114 Industrial Road in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the Council. I'm Tabitha Fittiman, 8345 West Sunset Road, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Bell Real Estate. This application is a request to waive the planting of trees that would be required along Industrial Road by the Centennial Plan. The site is home to the Whittlesey Bell Employee Parking Garage. 1,500 taxi cabs come in and out of this property daily. Because the garage is relatively new, we were required to reconstruct our sidewalk to comply with the Centennial Plan standards. We have done that, and we have complied with 95% of those standards. We have a detached, widened sidewalk with landscaping on either side. You can see by the overhead, if that's what you're viewing, that we have landscaping on either side. We have decorative pavers, and we also have the decorative lamps that are required by the Centennial Plan. The only issue here is the trees, and it's not an economic issue. If I could direct your attention to the overhead. We actually purchased and brought the trees out on site. We were prepared to plant them. This was some time ago, so there's been a lot of refab done to the outside of that building, and also the landscaping has been installed. But you can see they were out there. And this is when Mr. Bell realized that the trees, if planted, would create a serious safety concern for the taxi cabs that were exiting the parking garage on a regular basis. Industrial Road is a heavily traveled road, and vehicles travel at high speeds, and visibility is a real serious concern of Mr. Bell's. This picture here kind of helps to support the concern that we have. This tree right here is actually located immediately adjacent to the building. Because the Centennial Plan requires the detached sidewalks, the plants would be constructed if they were planted right adjacent to the curb as opposed to adjacent to the building. This tree like I said, is constructed, or excuse me, planted immediately adjacent to the building. And you can see this indentation here, if you zoom in a little bit. That indentation is from us trimming it so that it does not create an obstruction to cabs, like I said, that are exiting the parking garage. And that tree is planted right up against the building, whereas these trees would be up against the curb. We attempted to work with staff. We came up with a number of solutions, one being that we flip-flop the trees and the shrubs so that the trees would be immediately adjacent to the building and the shrubs would be adjacent to the curb. However, there's a water line that runs along the building, and so fire would not let us plant the trees because of the root system adjacent to the building. So we were kind of stuck. We also explored different trees. We worked with Nevada Power. There are power lines that are fairly low that run along the curb there. And Nevada Power has very specific requirements for the types of trees that you're allowed to plant. And all of those trees were similar to the ones that would be required by the Centennial Plan, which again would create this obstruction of visibility. So based upon all that, we would appreciate you approving of the application as submitted, which includes landscaping. Don't get me wrong, we have landscaping there, just not the trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right, the public comment?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. The Arbor Day Foundation named us one of the Tree City USA.
Tree cities.
Designation. And I want to see the trees. Is there some way that they can put a rooftop garden or plant the trees on the, make a planter on the roof or something? Because, I mean, if we're going to, we need all the trees we can get.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll move to follow staff's recommendation for denial this item. Just kidding, Ted.
Oh, man, you just, you really know how to do that to me, don't you, Mayor Pro Tem? I'm glad I'm still standing.
Tabitha came in and met with us, and herself and Susie Martinez from my office and a member of the planning department went out on site yesterday afternoon at 1:30, met out there along with Mr. Bell. I've been out there myself looking at it, but I wanted the people out there that could look at it and tell me. And as I went out there, I agree with Mr. Farlow 100% on the trees, but the expense of putting them somewhere else is just, it would be ridiculous to make them do that. There's no way, and again, I appreciate staff and their hard work, but there's no way you can plant trees at this location. The landscaping they have is very well maintained. It's adequate. Like I say, it does have the trees, but they've really tried to comply with staff recommendations, and sometimes we just can't do exactly what staff recommends. And I think it would be a hazard if the trees did grow in, as trees do, for the encroachment of the people coming out of the parking garage onto Industrial Road. And, Your Honor, my motion is going to be to follow what I think is right, and that is to allow this condition to be removed.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, 95, Madam Clerk, would you please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now we come to citizens' participation. Citizens' participation is public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Pardon me. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come up to the podium, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on, please.
My name is Rasan Joshua Collins. I'm a Christian activist out here for the homeless and also for protection of the youth. And in Mark 9, verse 42, it says, if anyone should cause one of these little ones to lose faith in me or to sin, it would be better for that person to have a large millstone tied around the neck and to be thrown into the sea. So if your hand makes you lose your faith, cut it off. It's better for you to enter life without a hand than to keep both hands and go off into hell. where the fire never goes out. And under state law, if you look also, NRS 201, it talks about contributing to the delinquency of children. If you bring them into lewdness, if you bring them into, profanity and immorality, all these things, you're contributing to their delinquency. And that's actually against state law, right? In our law, it's very clear that we're to uphold good morals and public decency. I've said this many times. And Sin City has nothing to do with good morals. And that's treason under NRS 196. I've said this many times. And I'm hoping that one day things will change. I know God's going to get the victory eventually. And we all might as well bow now, because all are going to bow one day to the Lord Jesus Christ. I read a comment in the newspaper today. I was kind of disturbed by that Mayor Goodman, you encouraged a young girl to be your showgirl, and that's kind of, to me, if that was my daughter, I'd be pretty offended by that, pretty upset by that. And I think most fathers would. That's not really what God wants for His daughters and His sons, and we need to, promote righteousness for our kids, our youth. Those of us that claim we care about children or kids, we should direct them in the right way, right? We have a responsibility as an adult to do that. Someone a lot older than me should know that. It's common sense, right? I mean, a lot of hypocrisy I see. I went to a police meeting also recently. There's a lot of, deaths because of DUIs and drunk driving. And when you make this city the capital of, sin and drunkenness, that's what's going to happen. You're going to have people come here and get in car accidents, and a lot of people are dying over these things. So it might hit a lot closer to home than you want it to hit if you just keep allowing these things to happen. Your family members and, a lot more people are in danger than you realize when you continue this train of thought and this lifestyle and ignore what's going on, and who you're impacting all around the world.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Mm-hmm.
Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Monica Volt. I live in Summerlin.
I don't know whether the mic is on. Is it on?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
My name is Monica Volt. I live in Summerlin. I was here last year complaining about the sewer bill, and nothing was done about the sewer bill. I'm one person in a household, and my sewer bill is the same as the some people that it's like 6 or 8 people in a household, and they paying exactly the same thing as I do. And my water bill, it's like $100 per year. And that's including using me water and using water for the plants. And last year somebody said that they're going to do something about the water. They're going to go in together with the water company, and nothing was done. And I don't think that's right.
All right, well, perhaps afterwards you'll see the gentleman who's sitting over there, and he'll be able to advise you as to how we can try to address your issue.
Okay, I have another thing.
Right.
I have an older car, and my registration on a car last year was $64, and this year went up, double up. Why?
That's a state issue. We don't have anything to do with that.
So, to whom should I complain?
The state, Department of Motor Vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
And ma'am, maybe you can find out who your state assemblyman is or your state senator, and maybe they're the ones who can take that issue up as far as your registration fee. Right.
My name is Dennis Doney, a Las Vegas resident. Sometimes the council reminds me of the TV commercial for drive time, where the guy's got all the applications in front of him. And he says, approved, approved, approved. My opinion is that outside of the mayor, each one of you belong to a ward. and you're supposed to be voting what your people in your ward think you should do. Mr. Anthony, it's the old adage, I love you, man. Before he ran for his seat, it was well known that his opinion on the city hall was that he disapproved. He was still elected by his ward. That tells me that more than 50% of the people in his ward approve of what he thought. If I was a ward councilman with the people that work in my office, I would go out and find out what the people actually thought in my ward, door to door. I don't know how many of you have done that. Mr. Ross, when he abstains, every time he abstains, his ward loses a vote. I don't think that's right. In other words, he's taking their choice away from them. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else, please?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I'd like to comment on a win-win situation. I was at First Tuesday last night, and I asked the captain to comment on the status of the homeless issue. And she said that they were keeping their head above water. I want to go back some years of how this all came about. If you remember, the court system was backed up for years. Our detention center was busting at the seams, and it was costing us a fortune in incarcerating these people. And an officer by the name of Kendall Wiley and some of our people got together and put together a program to address the issues of the homeless rather than incarcerate them. Over the years, that action that you took at that time has paid off 100 times fold. I mean, Mr. Vincent this morning was commenting on our bragging his issue about our AA bond rating. That bond rating came about because of actions to save money like that, but it was a win-win situation. We helped the people by channeling them into the Veterans Administration or whatever. And I mean, a lot of people stepped up to the plate too. The Life Foundation stepped up, the Reynolds Foundation stepped up, and untold others stepped up too. But still, it goes to show of how those actions can come back in later years and really help us now. I know that we've got a problem with the homeless. We have no money. But as bad as it is right now, this could have been a disaster of biblical proportions had that council a few years ago not taken these actions. And I, for one, it was the right thing to do besides being a financial thing to do. And I, for one, want to thank you. Now, Kendall Wiley, I guess nobody knows where she is. I suppose she's some faceless unknown drone toiling away in the basements of the bureaucracy someplace. But if you ever run across her, I wish that you would tell her that a lot of us haven't forgotten her. And, you know, we thank her from the bottom of our heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, then we'll go on to item number 97. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during the portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Would any member of the council like to be heard? Councilman Ross? Wait, Councilman Barlow. You are down there. All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I am down here. It seems like I'm stuck down here all by myself, being that my colleague, Councilwoman Tarkinian, had to leave. So if you don't mind excusing her for the tail end of the meeting.
No, I
Mayor.
told her she'd be excused. She has a city business to do.
Okay, great. And Councilman Ross, thank you for allowing me to beat you to the button. I do have coffee with the councilman tomorrow morning at the Best of the West Shopping Center inside of Starbucks. That's at the corner of Lake Mead and Rainbow. So for all residents or anyone that's looking to meet with me, this will be a great opportunity for you to come out to coffee with the councilman tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., Starbucks, Lake Mead, and Rainbow, Best of the West. So I look forward to meeting the constituents out there. Mayor, want to once again thank you for bringing this to my attention, because I know you do your coffee with the mayor, and so it has been a really big success for me to having the opportunity to meet with a lot of residents and business owners who are looking to do business in the city or just have great ideas that they would like to share with me and see how they can collaborate with the city. Secondly, the Ward 5 tree lighting ceremony will take place December 18th at 5 p.m. inside of Lorenzi Park, and I'm bringing in a 16-foot tall Christmas tree, fully decorated, and we're encouraging all youth and families to come out. We will have an opportunity for youth and their families to decorate a Christmas bulb to put on the tree, and the tree will be displayed throughout the holiday season on Washington. On the tree will be facing Washington, and so we encourage all the families and students to come out to participate in the first annual Ward 5 tree lighting ceremony. And after we decorate the bulbs and place the bulbs on the tree, we will have a movie in the park, and the movie that we will show this year is How the Grinch Stole Christmas. So that's going to be a very good movie. And I have hot cocoa as well as popcorn to be distributed to all family and friends that come out. So please bring your lawn chairs or your blanket, and we're going to have a very good time movie in the park at the Ward 5 tree lighting ceremony December 18th, Friday, December 18th at 5 p.m. So please come out and let's enjoy the holiday season. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. You are younger, better looking, and faster than I am. That's the only reason you beat me to the punch there. And as Councilman Barlow has already mentioned, it is that time of year, Christmas, Hanukkah, and Kwanzaa. So it's, Your Honor and council members, it's that time also out at Floyd Lamb Tule Springs that we have our world-famous Cowboy Christmas. And does anyone want to know why it's world famous?
Yes, please.
Well, Your Honor, I'm glad you asked. It's world famous because we get two famous people that have showed up every year. Number one, Santa Claus. Number two, the world famous Mayor Oscar Goodman will be out there as well. Now, Mayor, are you riding in on a horse this year?
I'm riding in on a horse?
Yes, you are. Got it handled for you.
I don't think so.
I have to get on a horse?
I keep trying every year, Your Honor.
No, a wagon is fine.
All right. Well, just so the folks at home and everyone here knows that the mayor and Santa Claus will be riding in. So, folks, bring your kids out. We got a lot of great fun out there. We got the petting zoo. We got the horses. Of course, they can chase the peacocks around as well. And as council members, as our budget continues to shrink, these events are going to be fewer and far between, unfortunately. So, I would encourage all the folks in the Northwest to come out and have a great time. Love to see you out there and say hello to the mayor as well. And council members?
How about the old building?
The old building, and we're going to dedicate the old ranch house, and a personal invitation. I know I've done it to a couple of my colleagues. Personal invitation to the council members to bring your families out there as well. That's this Saturday, December 5th, 11 o'clock, and we're going to have a lot of fun out there.
And it is a good time. And Councilman Barlow, they have a little concession stand there that really makes one of the great hot chocolates of all time. It really is outstanding.
We have lots of vendors coming out, too, so it's really going to be a wonderful event. We've got some high schools.
Not that I've ever tasted the hot chocolate,
Yeah.
but people have told me that it's great.
We've got some all the high schools in the Northwest coming out as well to sing, and the bands to play for us as well. So,
All right, thank you. Councilman Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Three things, please. First, I'd like to thank my colleagues on the council for putting up with my scraggly, hoarse voice all day today, and all the viewers. I appreciate your indulgence in putting up with my voice. Secondly, sir, I did want to respond to what you said about getting out and talking to people in our wards about things, and in particular the City Hall project. In the last 6 months, I participated at 5 different HOA meetings where I gave a PowerPoint presentation, and one of the subjects of the PowerPoint presentation was the new City Hall project. In addition to that, on a daily basis, I'm out in my ward talking to people. People come up to me unsolicited and give me their opinions, and then a lot of times I solicit opinions as well. So for the last 6 months, and even longer, I've been educating people in my ward and listening to what they've had to say about this City Hall project and anything else as well. So I understand what you're saying, but I know my colleagues have done the same thing because we do care about what the people in our specific wards feel. And then finally, you don't have to applaud, that's just what we that's what we should do. Finally, it's hard to compete with the mayor on a horse in a Santa Claus outfit? Is that what you said?
No, I don't think so.
Or the horse on the mayor with a Santa Claus outfit? One of the two.
That makes more sense.
And Councilman Barlow, you've got some great things going on. But Ward 2 has its annual Lakes Festival of Lights. What's that?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. You're going to come out this year? Yeah, okay. Well, it's this year. It's Saturday, December 12th. It's out at the lakes. It's a great area, great fun, car show, games for the kids. It begins at 12 noon, and then the highlight is the boat parade at night. All the boats are lit up, so a lot of fun Saturday, December 12th. And I wish everybody would come out and enjoy the fun.
Thank you. Councilman Anthony, you have any announcements? No? Mayor Pro Tem, any announcements?
I've talked enough today.
All right, I think we all talked enough today. So hearing none, the meeting's adjourned. Thank